My name is Mandu, got my name on the door. Black Peterbuilt 389, growling down the floor. Detroit 60 series, chrome burning clean. Rolling heavy loads like a money machine. Stacking up miles, stacking up cash. Thumb on the wheel, watch the whole world flash. I don't slow down, I don't lose sleep. Big money coming in and coming deep. Man, rollin', man, don't go me. Black truck, going, man, big rolling. Big money, truckin', none of what he truckin'. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Fuel in the tank and pride in my chest. Every stop I make, I did it best. Chrome on the mirror, chrome on the smile. Paid for the whole run, 1 hard mile at a time. Stacking up miles, stacking up cash. Thumb on the wheel, watch the whole world flash. I don't slow down, I don't lose sleep. Big money coming in and coming deep. Man, dude, rollin', man, don't go it. Black truck, blowin', man, keep going. Big money, truckin', big money truckin'. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Man, dude. Pull it back on with the weight all gone. Hit it engine talk while the day's still young. If the road gets long, I just lean right in. Black Peterbilt shining, I'm back again. Man, rollin', man, rollin'. Black truck, going, man, keep rolling. Big money, truckin', big money truckin'. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Man, rollin', man, rollin'. Black truck, going, man, keep rolling. Big money, truckin', big money truckin'. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Yeah. Yeah.
You have reached your destination.
My name is Mando, Black Peterbilt 389 glider. Chrome on the nose, Detroit diesel 60 series purring. Heavy oversized, long distance all night. Tied down right, I don't do it halfway. Big blow, long road, wide turns, slow roll, cash stacks, up every mile I go. Mando, roll that chrome. Mando, bring it home. Oversized shine money in the bag. Mando, I don't brag, I just drag. State lines blurred when the trailer's tall. Pilot cars out front and I answer the call. Fuel stop, smile, then I'm back on the rail. Black brick gleam, never once to fail. Big glow, long road, wide turns, slow roll, cash stacks, up every mile I go. Mando, roll that chrome. Mando, bring it home. Oversized shine money in the bag. Mando, I don't brag, I just drag. From dusk to dawn, I keep it clean. Heavy work in a heavy machine. Call my name when the load is mean. Man, Duke in black like a road-bound cat. Mando, roll that chrome. Mando, bring it home. Oversized shine money in the bag. Mando, I don't brag, I just drag.
Alrighty. Hold these down for a little bit. Alright, we're going to Cocoa, Florida. No rush to get there, no rush. Oh, top channel.
I want more black midwives, more
Hey,
midwives.
yo.
Those midwives we have, more support for them. Many of them are leaving the field because of the burnout, because of all the pressure. These black midwives are standing in the gap of where government should be, institutions should be. So basically more midwives and insurance coverage for midwives.
That's Dr. Keturah Felix. Her new podcast is Deep Care. Also with us today is Sasia Wilson, a licensed certified professional midwife serving the greater Philadelphia area, and Monica Dorsey, a client who used a midwife in 2024. Thanks to you all. And we also want to mention that there is a guide that Dr. Felix produced.
Just my chair.
It's a free resource guide, and you can find it at our website, the1a.org. Today's
I went to shift and it pushed my chair back because it's on wheels.
WAMU, part of American University in Washington, distributed by NPR. I'm Jen White. Todd's with you starting for a few days tomorrow as we head to the Aspen Ideas Festival. We'll bring you back those conversations soon. Thanks for listening, and we'll talk more soon. This is 1A.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Fidelity Investments, a dedicated advisor who can help build a flexible wealth plan. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment proposal. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. The George Lucas Educational Foundation, creator of
Wait.
Edutopia. For 35 years, sharing
65,000.
Ways to learn tomorrow.
President Trump came into office with a goal of energy dominance, but in the past few months, his administration has cut deals with offshore wind developers to stop building these projects. Those deals would prevent gigawatts of new energy from coming onto the grid. Why President Trump wants to pay wind developers to go away. Next time on One.
On the next Fresh Air, the masculinism movement is becoming mainstream. The goal is to fight feminism and restore privacy.
After 100 yards, turn left. Turn left.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by Omega Coffee Roasters.
Excuse me, coming through.
Public Radio 89.5, KWGS HD1 Tulsa.
Welcome to Outside Source with me, James Reynolds, live from the floor of the BBC's main newsroom in central London. A heat wave is affecting several countries in Western Europe, including this country, the United Kingdom, which is ill-equipped to deal with the demands of such heat. We'll keep an eye on events here. We'll also take you on a tour of what's happening in Western Europe. In France, one town hall is offering free air-conditioned cinema tickets. In Spain, swimming pools in one area have been opened till late in the night. Fountains remain on. In Italy, the health ministry has issued some instructions to people. If you're
After 100 yards, turn left. Turn left.
About a cold beer or a nice coffee, choose a glass
Oh, bro.
Like the outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Ah,
Reports.
thought that truck was gonna hit me. It was going pretty fast. Six hours till I got a rest.
And is being kept in isolation. The French authorities say they are tracing people
Good.
in contact with. Dr. Abdirahman Mahamoud is from the WHO.
This case and the action taken in France brings me again
Make it
to
to
the core
Laurel,
of the
maybe.
national surveillance system and how it
Where's the
works
truck
together
stop?
through solidarity. Healthcare workers evacuated from Bunia to
Billings,
Germany
maybe?
and high contact in Austria. We need that global solidarity in support of this.
Much of Western Europe is grappling with a record-breaking heat wave, with over 90 million people facing temperatures exceeding 35 Celsius. Most are in France and mainland Spain.
Billings or outside of Bozeman, we might be. We'll see.
After 100 yards, turn left. Turn left.
That wide.
After 100 yards, turn left. Turn left.
An Israeli drone strike on a car in southern Lebanon has killed 2 people. Lebanese state media said the vehicle was targeted near the town in Kfar Aman. On Thursday, Israeli soldiers shot dead 2 people in Nabatea in the south. The incident was described by the Israeli as a combination of trees between the two sides. A study across 31 countries suggests that most of the
Thank you.
Keep right.
enforcing these sanctions. They made very straight up commitments.
Something to help me.
And the president has been very clear they need to keep those commitments. If they do, we'll keep forward. If not, the president will have options at his disposal for what to do about it. Let's hope they keep those commitments.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio there talking about that 60-day interim period following the agreement in which the two sides
Maybe
agreed to
this.
open up the Strait of Hormuz. The US is to remove its naval blockade of Iranian ports, and Iran is to
Oh yeah, that's better. Oh shit.
does have a department for net zero allied to its energy policies, but we are expecting a new British government, still a Labour Party government, in the next few weeks. Where is that state of climate debate here in the UK in terms of net zero?
Driving up the cost of energy, to putting so many burdens on consumers across the country at this particular time. That debate
heat wave that surprised everyone. It lasted for 19 days.
temperatures are lower. It is something millions of us deal with every year, and a few simple precautions can make a big difference. Stay safe and stay home.
Keep right. After 50 yards, exit right ahead. Exit right ahead.
We have to drink lemon tea, water, adequate lemon sugar, and glucose. We have to take extra water to avoid dehydration. Well, we have to stay inside the home. If we have to nothing to do outside, we should wear some stuff, and we should cover our head with hats.
This is Outside Source on BBC World Service. I'm James Reynolds from Brighton, London newsroom. The head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog insisted that inspections of Iran's nuclear sites will take place, but gave no timetable. Rafael Cruz, who said that an exact timeframe was not essential, but that it did need to happen. Iran has denied US claims that it agreed to allow nuclear inspectors back into the country as part of its agreement to end the fire. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in the United Arab Emirates ahead of visits to Kuwait and Bahrain for talks on an interim US-Iran agreement. We heard from him a little earlier in the programme. In fact, looking up on the screen, I can see him continuing to take questions on that whistle-stop tour of the Gulf countries. He arrived as the US Senate passed a resolution calling on President Trump to halt the war on Iran or seek congressional approval to let it continue. Let's bring in our North America correspondent, Anthony Zerko. Anthony, what's 200-year-old debate between Congress and the President about who gets to declare war, who gets to run the country's wars? Where is that balance?
Well, the balance has tilted decidedly towards the presidency over the past 50 years, ever since World War II. Really, we haven't had a formal declaration of war since World War II, although Congress has authorized the use of military force. There have been presidents who have been perfectly willing to use military force, despite the fact that there's no explicit approval from Congress. This latest vote is an attempt by Congress to wrest some of that power back, although Donald Trump has said the war is over, so it's irrelevant, and even if the war wasn't over, this provision that Congress was trying to use to limit U.S. Military engagement in Iran is unconstitutional, but it is at least a symbolic gesture, with the Democrats and a handful of Republicans saying that they should have some say and some approval for what Donald Trump has done in committing all of these forces to the Middle East.
Is this just a slap on the wrist for the president, or does he need to worry about losing the support of his own Republican Party in Congress?
Well, if you look at the four Republican senators who voted against this, one of them, Bill Cassidy, has already been voted out of office by Republican primary voters, opting instead for a Trump-backed candidate. So he'll be gone in January, and maybe doesn't have to worry as much about his political future anymore. One, Rand Paul, has been anti-interventionist for quite some time. Another, Susan Collins of May, is in a tough re-election battle and in Maine there are a lot of voters who do not approve of the Iran war. And the final one is Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, also a woman willing to buck Donald Trump. So the fact that they feel comfortable coming out and voting here is an indication, but I think you hear a lot more from Republicans behind the scenes and behind closed doors saying they're not thrilled with the way this war is going, but not willing to take such a visible stand on it.
We'll do a little bit of a roundup of US stories while we have you on air. So another story we'll bring to you and our audience the fact that 8 people who US prosecutors say have links to the left-wing Antifa sentenced to 450 years in prison for their roles in a riot outside an immigration detention center in Texas. Do tell us the story.
It's a remarkable sentencing that these people, there was a police officer, a law enforcement officer who was shot by one of the people who's been sentenced, and so this was a violent demonstration outside one of these ICE detention areas. But the judges who were issuing the sentencing in this case has said that they wanted to make an example of these to deter what had been presented by prosecutors as an example of organized left-wing violence. Meanwhile, the people who have defended these convictees have said that this was an egregious sentence, that this is much longer than it should have been, and they know that one person who was convicted wasn't even at the demonstration. He was at home, and all he did was clean up and destroy some left-wing, radical left-wing magazines that one of the indicted individuals of the riot had published, and that was nothing. And yet, I believe 20 years in prison. So this was one of these examples of the administration trying to crack down on what they said is organized Antifa left-wing violence, and the sentences reflect that.
You and I have often spoken on the subject about between the White House and Arlington Cemetery. He's also been renovating the reflecting pool. He also says now 6 people have been arrested for damaging that renovated pool.
6 people have been arrested over the weekend. Apparently, there was a stepped-up enforcement around this pool, which, after the renovations that Donald Trump organized and paid for millions of dollars, the pool was being kept full of algae and green water, and bits of the surfacing of the pool that had been laid down in these renovations had started to flake off and go up to the surface. We don't know the details of these arrestees, but Donald Trump has been trying to paint this as an organized attempt to destroy or damage the reflecting pool, and say that that was why the pool is now full of algae. That is why these flakes have been coming up. There isn't any evidence of that, but Donald Trump was boasting about this reflecting pool and talking about what a great improvement it was. So it has been embarrassing to him that it has turned out so poorly, and he's looking for someone to blame.
Your office must be about 20-25 minutes walk from the pool. When you go there, tell us, what does it look like at the moment?
It's pretty brackish. It's not something I want to take a swim in. In fact, they've been putting fencing up around it now because they're going to have to drain it again. But it never looked that bad before, although there were some problems with it. There was some algae growing, and apparently there was some leaking and some other issues with some of the filtration. But it is definitely not great right now. It's not reflecting very much, except for the kind of
Keep
green
right
pool in the sunlight.
after
And what's the
50
is Outside Source on the BBC World Service, live from our newsroom here in central London. In a few minutes' time, we'll hear about successful surgery to separate one pair of conjoined twins. But what about those twins who are fine as they are, who cannot be separated? We'll hear from one of those twins in Amsterdam. She and her conjoined twin came to the country from Suriname and are now helped in life by their own older sister. What then are their daily lives like?
BBC News with David Harper. Much of Western Europe is grappling with an unprecedented heat wave, with over 90 million people facing temperatures exceeding 35 degrees Celsius. Most are in France and mainland Spain, where June temperatures have reached their highest daily average since at least 1950. The World Health Organization says trials are due to begin next week, and 2 Ebola medications could help fight the outbreak in the developing world. Researchers will assess whether 2 antibiotics can reduce death rates.
Yo, what up, Trey Mincy? How you doing?
and living in
Turn right.
constant fear of drone attacks. Water and electricity are cut off for extended periods, leaving the entire population struggling to cope. Many people have been selling their belongings to finance their departure from the city. There is widespread fear that the tragedy witnessed in
I called me in because of that red light.
in Elobed.
Sheesh. I'm gonna get fined.
We live in constant fear, worried that the tragedy unfolding in Elfshire could be repeated here, with civilians once again becoming targets. There is no electricity and no access to water. Some people are attempting to flee, but many face grave dangers along the way. Some may die during the journey, others from thirst, and others could be targeted by drone attacks.
Some of the voices of residents of El Obeid. Richard
Ooh, they got the good stuff here.
Water. What have aid groups been saying?
Well,
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
requesting for the opening of humanitarian corridors. It's difficult to access various regions where you'd have the displaced population because El Obeid is home to about 500,000 people. It also hosts about over 100,000 internally displaced people. So the fact that they're not able to reach because there are concerns, especially of insecurity along some of these vital key roads. So they're asking for a stop to the violence because there is a generally that there's imminent ground offensive that will be launched by the RSF. They've really been deploying on the borders, on the fringes of the city of El Obeid. So the situation is really inside. It's a horrendous
Outside Source on the BBC World Service. I don't know if you saw recently a story about conjoined twin sisters who were successfully separated by a team of surgeons after a series of groundbreaking operations using AI. Nigerian conjoined twins Mercy and Goodness were able to see each other face to face after undergoing a highly complex separation surgery in Abu Dhabi. Mercy and Goodness were born with fused skulls, shared brain tissue and blood vessels, a rare condition called craniopagus twinning. It took more than 60 doctors and clinicians over 6 months and 4 surgeries to separate the goods. Professor Owaz Jalal was the lead surgeon who carried out the operation.
The technology that we have now, the augmented reality, mixed reality technology, it really takes it to the next level where you don't have to do a lot of that 3D processing in your head. It is done for you, and you can have those 3D images either suspended in space or superimposed onto the chip that you're operating. It just makes your understanding of the whole anatomy so much more accurate and reduces the chance of what's harm. One of the problems in dealing with conjoined twins is their brains are often quite intertwined, and the consistency of the human brain is a bit like custard. Once you start to operate at a depth, it becomes harder and harder because the space that you've created for yourself in the brain essentially collapses. In that space you need retractors, which are these stainless steel instruments in place, and the deeper you go, the complex it becomes. These children, because we're going to move their head to the other side, which is very unusual for neurosurgeon practice, when you have a chip to the these were so true to the brain that you're pushing out the brain and still trying to
o'clock because everybody have their day. My sister they work in a restaurant in the kitchen. I help them sometime, but they can do most of the things they can do themselves. But medical thing, I help them, like give them the medication and the things there.
Because we're on the radio, our audience don't have the ability to see you and your sisters and to understand how your sisters are enjoying. Can you tell our audience about that, please?
Yes, they are enjoying because they have twins. That is one of them. Yes, I remember it very well because it was a big news. It was a big news. We are from the countryside in the Suriname, and there was a twin boy born. But some people have suspicion and told us it was witchcraft like that. That's the only thing I remember. And yeah, and they stay at Suriname for 6 months because they needed the health care, and that's the reason they traveled to the Netherlands for scans and health care. I was 6 years old.
What was it like having them in your life and having the special challenges that they faced for you?
For me, it was difficult because it's not very well common disability, and for people, they were always scared of my sister and scared that if they go with me, they will also receive a sister with the same disability, and that's the reason some people didn't want to talk with me. But it didn't bother me because I thought my life is maybe heavy, but not like them because they have to share everything, and they maybe they will die sooner than the most children. So that's the reason it didn't bother me.
Rosianna, before I go back and speak to Neve again, you've also got children of your own. How old are they?
6 and 3 years old.
How amazing. How do your amazing kids relate to your sisters?
Oh, they love my sister. They really love them. They also like to prank my sister. Like, look, we also a conjoined twin.
Oh, do they like to pretend to be conjoined
Yeah,
themselves?
yeah. So they like to pretend that like they take on bigger pants and they go one in the other side of the pant and the other, and they walk like we also like ants, and it's fun. It's fun to see it. I really liked it.
Rosianna, you are very public about the life you have with your sisters. You post videos on social media, travel. Tell us how important it has been for you to be very public with those videos.
Now I think it is for my sister very good to be public because before the public they didn't have a lot of things to do outside, and people were scared of them. Now people are saying, "Oh, I have seen you on TikTok, on Facebook, or on TV. Oh, can I have a picture?" Now people are coming to them, and I'm happy about it because that's always what I wanted for my sister, to have a normal life, so possible. Because I didn't expect that it will blow up like this. I thought maybe 100,000, but it's so many people, and I'm a little bit scared of it. It's not my world.
Yeah, of course. You say it's a little bit normal, but perhaps they're just a little bit famous.
Yeah, I think they are famous because a lot of people recognize them and they come to them, and I'm so happy for them. Now they can talk with people because people were so scared of them and like, "Van, no, I do not want to talk to, I do not want to sit next to them." Now people want, they think, "Oh, this is so nice to see them in real life. They are funny," and I'm sitting there of standing there for like, "Please, please don't recognize me, please, please, no." But it's echt very nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
I wonder if I could speak to Neve about
Yeah,
life
of
and
course.
about Neve about your job. Hello, Neve again.
Oh, here's Nisha. Oh, hello again.
Hello again. So your sister Rosianna says you have a job in a kitchen.
Yes,
Can you tell me about your job, please?
we love to cook, and sometimes we make dessert, and other times we make something for the high tea.
Wow. What is your favorite thing to make?
Apple tart, apple pie.
The cheesecake.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
And then sometimes they actually have leftover for the apple pie and every pie, and then we can eat it together with the whole group.
Oh, that sounds delicious. And do you and your sister go to work every day?
We go to Monday and
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Pretty good. And and are you good at cooking?
A little bit.
Oh, I'm sure you're very modest. And you said before that you sometimes like watching TV, and
Yes.
but also because of the videos that Rosianna posts, many people know you and probably say hello to you on the street.
Yes. Yes.
What is that like?
It is amazing.
What do they say to you?
From, oh my God, I saw you guys at the video. Can I have a picture? Can I have an autograph?
Do you give autographs?
Not yet.
No, but you take pictures. You let people have
Yes.
pictures with you. Yes.
Yes.
The family, you like traveling. Are there any
Yes.
places in the world that you would like to travel to?
Any places in the world? Switzerland.
Oh, why Switzerland? Because of the mountains?
It is really beautiful. He asked because of the mountains.
Yeah, nee,
Oh.
nee.
I know that Rosianna's children are very, very loving with you. What do they like to play with?
They like to play video games, or sometimes they want to play splash water with us. We did one time, it was very hot, and we were splashing water. Our clothes was soaked, but it was amazing.
Splashing water on a hot day is probably the best thing to do, isn't it, in the world?
Yes.
And do you have any other big things you would like to do? You've already got a job, you've got your family. Are there any other big things that you would like to do?
Maybe to travel the world, to see anything.
I would love to speak to Rosianna again, if I can.
Oh, you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. Hello, Rosianna again. I should explain to our audience you're passing the phone back and forth. Obviously, you and your sisters love traveling so much. Can you tell us about some of the arrangements that you need in order to travel comfortably?
A lot. No, I'm joking. We need, we need to ask question to the plane doctor because we need to have an on go before we go on the plane. And I didn't know that the first time we fly together with the plane because I thought we can book a ticket. I saw a cheap one. I thought, okay, I'm gonna book it, and the flight company told me, no, you need to get it go before you can fly with us. But it worked very well. They were very helpful for us.
Oh, Rosianna, you're describing such an amazing positive life and the great interactions that you have with the public. But I would imagine it's also a very difficult job as well, caring for your amazing sisters. And we don't want to neglect that. Can you explain to us some of the difficulties you face?
The difficulty, I think, is a little bit complex. It's not my sister, but the care system is a little bit different than I imagine because I myself work like a care person, professional, and I thought it's maybe easier, but if you go in a care system, that's the reason I told them I want my sister in home. They don't know how to work with a conjoint tray, and I understand it. And that's the reason sometimes if I call to someone, they need to go higher up, like the manager of professor for question. And sometimes I'm like, okay, please, can you give an answer? But they cannot give an answer, and I'm just waiting. And some people are scared to give an answer because what will happen if something happened to the children of to my sister? That make it difficult for me because I need to always on the call and speaking to so many people before someone want to help. And I can understand that. I can really understand it.
As you look to the future of your life, you've got these amazing sisters, conjoined twins, you've got your own children.
Yeah.
What will the next few years look like?
My sister are getting their own home. Now they live with us in the same home, but they get their own home from the community, the city, and they can live in their own home. And I hope there that they can have the life that I wish for everybody, a great, fine life, and I can live with my husband and children in my own home.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
And if you could pass the phone to Neve, are you excited about you and your sister getting your own home?
Yes.
Do you and your sister, who is your conjoined twin, do you always have the same thoughts and opinions about life and what you want to do during the day?
No, we have different ideas.
Do you have different ideas about how to decorate your house?
Yes.
What is your idea? What is her idea?
I think her idea is something from Grey's Anatomy, marbles, to where mine is Harry Potter, a South Park.
I see. Oh, to look like Harry Potter. Do you like Harry Potter?
Yes, I got the books, I got the wands, but I'm not giving up.
Such fun to speak to Shaniva and Neve. They're one of the two conjoined twins of the Colestein family, and also we spoke to their older sister, who keeps an eye on them, Rosianna. You're listening to Outside Source on the BBC World Service. It's time to speak a little bit about the sports news at the moment with Ed Harry. Ed will come to the World Cup in a moment, but firstly, let's turn to the cricket and the return of a controversial England captain.
Yes, certainly an England captain who's been surrounded by controversy. Ben Stokes, this is. This week, England play the third and deciding test match in their home series against New Zealand. And this story really begins with what happened after England had won the opening match of that series at Lord's. Stokes, the captain, and pace bowler Gus Atkinson went out celebrating, and they broke their team's midnight curfew. Both were also present during an incident in a London nightclub when a member of England's security team was struck by a player from Saracens Rugby Club. And while the cricket regulator was carrying out an investigation into all of this, both Stokes and Atkinson were made unavailable for selection for the second test against New Zealand, which England went on to lose. Now, the regulator did ultimately clear both of violent conduct. They have now been recalled to the team. However, when you look at this incident in the wider context of England player behaviour over the last 10 months or more, particularly during the Ashes defeat in Australia and the one-day series in New Zealand, which immediately preceded that, it has only reinforced the perception of a squad which does have disciplinary issues. Let's go back, though, specifically to Stokes being dropped and now reinstated. On Tuesday, England's coach Brendan McCullum felt to deny any rift between himself and his captain. Stokes was asked the same question when he faced the media today.
We've been through, some testing times, we've been through some great times. Do we agree on everything? Absolutely not. Do we have discussions around things? Absolutely. Those discussions are the things that end up both of us getting to a place where we can make a good decision. Not agreeing on everything shouldn't be, seen as a divide.
Then Stokes there. Let's turn it to tennis, and Wimbledon starts next week, which will be after the end of this current heat wave. Tell us about it.
The press call events still going. We had Queens over the last couple of weeks, big events in Germany too. One of the biggest stories, I suppose, in the build-up to the 6 as we get 3 groups in a row concluding with simultaneous kickoffs in each of those groups. I personally can't wait for Canada versus Switzerland. Us in Group B, Canada, one of the co-hosts, currently top of Group B, playing in Vancouver. And Isaac Fannin has been doing a fantastic job reporting from Vancouver for Newsday and across our output over the last week or so. Really getting the sense that Canada is becoming a soccer nation. This is obviously ice hockey is what we know it for. He actually said, Isaac, in a press conference after Canada had won 6-0 against Qatar, their very first victory at a men's FIFA World Cup. Their women's team has done fantastically well in the past, we should point out. And in the press conference, Isaac said to Jesse Marsh, the Canada manager, it feels to me like you're becoming a football country. And he very politely said, you know what, it feels to me like we're becoming a soccer country. But Canada could even afford to draw today, and they would still go through as group winners, which means they would stay in Vancouver for their match in the last 32. So a real kind of rising tide of red jerseys supporting them later.
Let's look briefly ahead to Brazil later.
Yeah, Brazil and Morocco both basically there in Group C. Brazil play Scotland, Morocco face Haiti. Scotland are the team in this group who are going to epitomise something that we're going to be seeing a lot of. Make sure you finish as one of the 8 best third-place teams. So if they go behind to Brazil, do they stick or twist? Do they chase the game? Or do they try and defend and maintain that place as one of the top 8? And in terms of Brazil, will we see Neymar for the first time in this event? He is his country's all-time leading goal scorer. He was selected with an injury. Will they now play him for the first time?
And Harry, with all the sports news, many thanks for joining us. No doubt there'll be many people in this particular newsroom in the next couple of hours who'll tune in to the World Cup, perhaps hoping that if we all just stay in this newsroom for a few more hours, the temperature outside this building on a day of record-breaking heat here in the UK will have cooled a little bit. I'm James Reynolds. This has been Outside Source on the BBC World Service. Thank you so much for your company.
I'm Robin Young. For decades, serious disease has been missed in Black patients because of medical tests that give different scores to Black and white people. There's been more awareness, but
we have race-corrected tests that we're using today that are underdiagnosing, misdiagnosing Black patients.
Next time, Here and Now.
Join us for Here and Now this afternoon at 1 on Public Radio 89.5.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by the Tulsa Zoo, presenting Zoo Lightful, a world of animal lanterns glowing and illuminating a magical 1-mile path through the Tulsa Zoo. Open select evenings through June 28th. More at tulsazoo.org/zoolightful.
Public Radio 89.5, KWTS HD1 Tulsa.
Fraud
Andrew, please submit them
Go
in the
straight.
YouTube chat, and we will get to them later in the program. Andrew, welcome, and congratulations on the book. And let me start by asking you the obvious question. Why did you write this book? What was the problem that you thought was so urgent that you needed to speak out? And what is it that you have to say to us that is distinctive about the predicament that we find ourselves in?
Well, one, thank you very much for your introduction. Thanks everyone for tuning into this. Thanks very much to the club for having me and for having Will. I really look forward to the conversation and especially the questions that people have. Okay, so to answer your question, I started with two things that I thought were truisms. One is that we have a problem of political lies. Not that there haven't been political lies in the past, pre-Trump 2.0, but that we have a real problem currently, and one that I don't think is going to go away because we've seen the modeling of political lies as being successful. That was sort of meaning you can't wave a magic wand and it's going to go away. Even if, like, Trump were not president tomorrow, we would still have people emulating his example, then maybe on the right and the left and then the middle. So that was sort of one truism. The second thing was our media environment in that, and this is probably the part of the book when I discuss it that's the least original, to your point of sort of what am I adding that's new. This is where I have read a lot about this, and I give a sort of pithy synopsis, but the issue of media bubbles, and I know I've talked to Sarah on the Bulwark about this, and she is also wrestling with this issue of sort of the fact that we no longer if we ever were, we're no longer in a situation where Walter Cronkite tells us, here are the facts, and there's a sort of a core set of facts that are believed by a vast majority of people. And it's only going to get worse because you can stay within your particular media bubble and you're not confronted with opposite views, and there isn't sort of like a baseline of fact. And with AI, it really is only going to get worse. And those were sort of the two things that I took as the problem. And I was thinking, okay, how are we going to deal with this? How are we going to have a situation where if somebody says, and I took this as this sample lie of, because I wanted to pick something meaningful, because there's probably people listening to this know there was a lot to choose from in terms of political lies, and so I just took the one which is with us now, but has been with us for a while, which is that there was material fraud in the 2020 election. And I thought, how is it that there are no legal repercussions for saying that to the American people if you are a political leader with an obligation to be truthful to us, or a candidate for office with an obligation to be truthful to us? And sorry for the really long answer, but I then really could relate it to my personal experience. I was a prosecutor for over 20 years. I was a defense lawyer for about 10 years. Most people don't know that about me. They think of me as only a prosecutor. And to be fair, to the extent that I have any sort of public name, it's as a result of that role. And I thought, we prosecute and subject to criminal law so many different lies. Michelle will talk about that more. And we have civil laws also where we do not permit without sanction all sorts of lies. And I thought, okay, why are we exempting political lies from that stricture? I then sort of in analyzing this, looked at what we do in the United States. I looked at what we do federally and at the state level. And then I did something that Ruth Bader Ginsburg is a big fan of, which is I looked overseas to see, are there examples or models that we could learn from other countries? And don't worry, I don't bore everyone with a tour of the globe, but I do pick 4 countries that I thought had different models, in sort of England, France, Germany, and Brazil. And I talk a bit about what those models are and how they might be useful to us in thinking about how
question is, why do we need to change the rules of politics? The founders of this country set up this marvelous system where people can listen to what politicians say, and if the politicians are lying, the citizens can punish them by voting them out in elections. Andrew, it's worked for 250 years. Why not leave it alone? Why do we need to change it?
So that is the traditional model, and it's one that Oliver Wendell Holmes sort of coined, although he didn't directly use the phrase marketplace of ideas, but he set that very famous case, he set that idea. And you still hear it from various Supreme Court justices, which is that the answer to false speech is true speech. That there is a marketplace where the truth will out, and that you don't need laws at all other than a marketplace. That as long as someone says something false, that you can just confront and present to the world the truth, and that will be wrong. So here's one thing that we know about that's not working now, but I have a fair amount to say, and there's more in the book, obviously. But 2/3 of Republicans believe, according to reputable polling, that there was material fraud in the 2020 election. 1/3 of the electorate believes that. So that's already telling you something, because there was no fraud that is material in that election. So that's a good sort of data point for the people who say, don't worry, false speech can be counteracted by true speech and the truth will out. That's not happening. And we know that's not happening, and we know it's not happening with something that is a core falsehood. And it also doesn't deal with the subject that we were just talking about, which is that we're in a very different media environment. This is not a small little community where there's a little, the Greeks would think, oh, you just go to the marketplace and everyone hears the same thing. That's not happening. It also is not the answer that we use in all the other situations where people lie. So if I prosecuted, as you mentioned, people with a wonderful team in Enron, which was about 20 years ago, and it's an example that I use for my own personal life. Corporate leaders lying about the true state of affairs at Enron and saying it publicly, and we protect shareholders. And those corporate leaders were prosecuted criminally and convicted, and they were sued civilly. And the answer to the law was not, don't worry, Ken Lay and Jeff Skilling and Andy Fastow, if they're lying to the public, just speak more about the truth, and that's the answer. When you lie to Congress, the criminal law makes that a crime. We don't say, well, don't worry, just say what the truth is. And one of the anomalies that I deal with is that it is a crime by statute if you lie to Congress. If you go to Congress and testify under, that is a crime. If Congress lies to us, that's not a crime. And it's no doubt because guess who's making the laws? So it's a one-way street. If you lied to banks, if you lied to Department of Justice prosecutors, or it used to be the General Counsel of the FBI, if you lied to the FBI, whether under oath or not, that's a crime. If you are Rudy Giuliani and you say something false about Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, the two Georgia election workers, they can sue for defamation. They did. He was found liable and paid tens of millions of dollars. And to take something very ripped from the headlines, unfortunately, E. Jean Carroll sued the current president for defamation and sexual assault under the notice of defamation court in two separate civil juries. The answer is just more true speech. And so you still have this anomaly. Why do people own so much because they are in public office, and they should have if anyone should have this higher obligation, it should be an elected official. And so that's the anomaly that I'm addressing in this book.
I want to pull on this thread of your critique of the marketplace of ideas, because it actually raises some very profound questions about human nature and democracy. And I know you've mentioned that your mother spent her career as a of sorting truth from falsehood, this is a quote from you, is left to the users themselves, which presupposes the same unlimited time and interest that the progressives, by which you mean the progressive movement of 100 years ago, progressives realized was unrealistic to expect from most or even many voters. So to me, Andrew, that sentence raises some very profound questions about democracy, because I guess the question I would ask you is, do you believe that most voters, whether because of their own lack of interest or because they just don't have time, do not effectively judge the truth or falsehood of what they're seeing on the internet? And if that is true, then how should we think about democracy? I mean, at the Bulwark we talk about democracy all the time, but is democracy in this world that we're living in now fundamentally flawed or vulnerable?
Turn right.
Those are great questions. So to take the last thing first, which is democracy vulnerable? I mean, of course, it is, in the sense that just if you look through history, democracies are a relatively new thing. It is not something that, if you think about historical ways in which different countries have structured themselves, democratic structures are not the vast majority. There have been all sorts of different ways of societies deciding how they're going to construct themselves or having it imposed on them. And so there's nothing inevitable about a democracy, nor is there anything about a democracy that is easy. It really requires work, and I really do think that we are at the defining moment, because we're seeing what I would say is flaws in the way our society and our Constitution is constructed. This sort of goes back to your question of, it's been working for 250 years, why rock the boat? Which you heard sort of my answer on that. And I think that, I'm trying to think of the best pithy way to explain this. Let me go to the part of this question that has to do with attention. I don't think that it's a problem of individuals aren't capable of judging or somehow not being smart enough. I'm all for, and I think and the people who say that we need better civics education and that we need to do better teaching, that's not an immediate solution. And that is what I think is a sort of something that's required, but is a long-term solution for an immediate problem. I give an example of that at the end, which is, that's like the captain of Titanic when they hit the iceberg saying, I think it's really important that we invest in better radar. It's like, that is true, but it's not going to really deal with the situation we're in. But the issue of an attention span is a real issue, and it's actually something that the Progressive Party at the beginning of the 20th century dealt with in dealing with ballot restrictions. It used to be that anyone could sort of run for any office, and you had scores of people running for elected office. And the result of that was that it gave inordinate power to party bosses. I'm sure some people listening to this will remember, not personally, but it will remember Boss Tweed in New York, because people do not have an infinite amount of time to learn about scores of people who are running for office. And so there was an issue of how are you going to deal with the fact that if you have no restrictions, you actually are, yes, it's great you have an enormous choice, but that actually dilutes the power of the voter and gives enormous power to elites who have undue access to the airwaves. So think of, like, if you were thinking about a current model, you'd be thinking about Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, people who own media companies or social media who can essentially feed you information. And Woodrow Wilson, I think, coined the phrase that with disparate array of candidates and thus very little voter education and true choice, party bosses were doing something that the phrase was coined, asparagus voting. So just think about how you buy asparagus, or at least how I buy asparagus. I'm an inveterate New Yorker, so it already comes bunched for me. And the idea is that a party boss has already bunched the people together. So this is your slate. And so all you have to do is think about that slate, and they're endorsed. And so the progressive movement came up with the idea that there should be limits on who can run for office to better assure the fact that the citizens had the time and ability to think about each candidate and to make a decision for themselves because of the reality of how much time and energy each person was going to be able to devote to educating themselves. So oddly, restricting the number of people was actually enhancing the sort of one person, one vote principle. And this past Supreme Court muster, even though it may seem oddly counterintuitive, it actually strengthened the right to vote. And as you can understand why it would be the Progressive Party that was behind this, it weakened political bosses from having that inordinate power. So that's a very long answer to your question, and sorry for the history lesson, but it is somewhat fascinating, and it is analogous in some ways to at least one of the proposals that I talk about, which is the idea that you might forego if you have been found to have lied about something material in the election, that you may be precluded from running for office for a set time period, something that happens, for instance, in France, it happens in Brazil. And so you have this oddity of removing somebody from being able to be on the ballot, which you might think, well, that seems unfair, but there is precedent for that kind of restriction to better assure people's ability to have a stronger vote.
So I think you've made a really interesting case for mediation and structure in democracy. And we can talk more about that if you want to go to that. But you just touched on one of your proposals. So I'd like to go to that if we can.
Sure.
So in the book, you lay out three different texts, legislative texts, that we could enact to control this problem of lying. And I'm going to start with the main one, the Truth in Elections Act. So I'm just going to quote it, okay? Andrew writes, under this text, anyone who knowingly and willfully makes any false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or representation about the election results or process in any federal election with an intent to cast doubt on the integrity of the results or process will have committed a civil offense for which disqualification from elected office may be imposed for up to 8 years. And you have some caveats on that, and I'll let you talk about those. But here's what I want to ask you first about your So, sometimes he says he was stolen. And it seems to me that what the law you drafted here would clearly apply to that. Mostly he doesn't use the word stolen. Mostly he uses the word rigged. It was rigged. And that gives him and his supporters a whole array of things they can talk about. A classic example is, in Pennsylvania, they went around the legislature and they sent out mail ballots to everybody, and they were changing the procedures in a way that wasn't approved by the legislature to the candidate, and that influenced the outcome of the election. So we can call that rigged. Now they are accomplishing the same thing that you're trying to solve here, which is they're undermining faith in elections, but they're doing it without quite lying in a way that your text might apply to. Or correct me if I'm wrong, how would your law apply to that situation?
So let me first maybe boil down to two models, what I sort of talk about so people sort of understand it in sort of a higher level.
My name is Mandu, got my name on the door. Black Peterbilt 389, growling down the floor. Detroit 60 series, chrome burning clean. Rolling heavy loads like a money machine. Stacking up miles, stacking up cash. Thumb on the wheel, watch the whole world flash. I don't slow down, I don't lose sleep. Big money coming in and coming deep. Man, roll it, man, don't go it. Black truck, go in, make big roll it. Big money, trucking, none of what he trucking. Don't know what to do and it keep on coming. Fuel in the tank and pride in my chest. Every stop I make, I did it best. Chrome on the mirror, chrome on the smile. Paid for the whole run, 1 hard mile at a time. Stacking up miles, stacking up cash. Thumb on the wheel, watch the whole world flash. I don't slow down, I don't lose and then it come in deep. Man, dude, rollin', man, dude, rollin'. Black truck, blowin', man, keep blowin'. Big money, truckin', big money, truckin'. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Man, dude. Pull up at dawn with the weight all gone. Hit it engine talk while the day's still young. If the road gets long, I just lean right in. Black Peterbilt shine and I'm back again. Man, rollin', man, rollin'. Black truck, blowin', man, keep blowin'. Big money, truckin', big money, truckin'. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Man, rollin', man, rollin'. Black truck, blowin', man, keep blowin'. Big money, truckin', big money, truckin'. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming.
My name is Mando, Black Peterbilt 389 glider. Chrome on the nose, Detroit diesel 60 series purring. Heavy oversized, long distance all night. Tied down right, I don't do it halfway. Big blow, long road, wide turns, slow roll, cash stacks, up every mile I go. Mando, roll that chrome. Mando, bring it home. Oversized shine money in the bag. Mando, I don't brag, I just drag. State lines blur when the trailer's tall. Pilot cars out front and I answer the call. Fuel stop, smile, then I'm back on the rail. Black brick gleam, never once to fail. Big low, long road, wide turns, slow roll, air stacks, up every mile I go. Mando, roll that chrome. Mando, bring it home. Oversized shine money in the bag. Mando, I don't brag, I just drag. From dusk to dawn, I keep it clean. Heavy work in a heavy machine. Call my name when the load is mean. Man, Duke in black like a road-bound king. Mando, roll that chrome. Mando, bring it home. Oversized shine money in the bag. Mando, I don't brag, I just drag. I roll before sunrise with the tank half full. Heavy loads on the trailer and a schedule pulling hard. Black Peterbilt 389, glider on the frame. Detroit diesel 60 series, rolling through the lanes. Long white lines, one more stain. Hands on the wheel, I don't wait. Man, you gonna roll. Man, you roll it slow. Heavy loads, long distances, that's the life I know. Man, you black truck, chrome right. Man, you through the night. I keep a clean logbook and a map on the dash. Coffee gone cold, but the miles keep coming fast. Chrome in the mirror, shining like a blade. Every bridge and back road is a promise that I made. Long
to begin with here. Now, your Truth in Elections Act would not apply to the case I'm about to give you because it's specific to lying about an election. But you have another proposal in there about where candidates would have to certify that their statements during the campaign are true, if I'm not mistaken, and that would apply more broadly. So that law would apply in this case. So let me take you back to June 2024, the Trump-Biden debate. And as you know, Trump lied profusely in that debate. And after the debate, Joe Biden and Jill Biden came out and spoke to their supporters and pointed out, and the media pointed out all the lies that Trump had told. But I'm going to read you one line from the Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson book about the Biden campaign, so you'll have an idea where I'm going with this. This is the night of the debate. Quote, "There was at that moment no lie more widely discussed than the one that millions of Americans now realized they'd been told for months. The lie that Joe Biden was perfectly fine and up to the task of being president for 4 more years." Now you can argue, again, I'm a Republican, I'm going to say, Andrew, wasn't that lie enormously consequential? Didn't it deceive an enormous number of Democratic voters who, if they had known the truth, would have asked for a different nominee? And should your proposal be applied in that case? You've spoken about lies told by Donald Trump, by other Republicans. What about this falsehood? And there's plenty of documentation that the White House and people around Joe Biden deliberately concealed from voters the extent of his impairment.
Yeah, so I think the answer to that is sort of twofold. One, there are different ways to structure a law that deals with making false statements. And I sort of talk about this in the book, and I sort of say, you know, you could be very puritanical. There's a part of me that appeals to, which is any lie told by an elected official is one lie too many. And it would cover then things like, so I'm going to get to your hypothetical, not so hypothetical, but that could include how you did it in college, or the crowd size that you had at the inauguration, things that are, you know, I won't say minor, but more minor than there was fraud in the election. And so you can have a model that is in Brazil, which is that the lie that is disqualifying has to do with undermining the integrity of the election in terms of the vote. That would be a narrower circumstance. In other words, if you could cabin this to a smaller set of circumstances, that may be enough though to cover what you're saying. But what I'm saying is I'm not partisan in this thing. If there is proof, and proof that could meet that, I had a very high standard in my sort of hypotheticals that I posed towards the end of the book. If there was proof that you could show that somebody intentionally lied about it, withheld information is a little different. Just, I'm not going to get into the nuance between intentionally lying versus misleading through omission. But let's assume in your hypothetical, they actually say something that, and you could prove that when campaign manager person X says he's totally fine and he's been totally fine and he's going to be totally fine, that they in fact had just had a discussion with him and his doctors saying he's not fine. There's a real problem. I mean, just to be clear, you know, this is a high standard of proof. And if it's just sort of an opinion of, I think he can handle the job, I think that's got the ambiguity of 8647. But if it's like he has no medical issue, he has no, whatever the lie is, if it is clear, then yes, this law would deal with that. And isn't that a good thing? In other words, isn't your hypothetical, assuming you had the facts that these were people working for a candidate, doesn't matter whether he's currently the president or he's just a candidate not in office running to be president, and they are intentionally lying about his ability to do the job. And again, not just saying, oh, I think he can do the job. That could be true, but they're intentionally lying about his medical state. Isn't that something you want? Which is, I'm sorry, if you are misleading the public about that, shouldn't there be a sanction? And if the law were on the books, wouldn't that be a deterrent to someone saying, well, we can't say that, not just because it's a bad thing to do, but we run the risk of prosecution or being barred from ever holding office. A lot of the law works that way. It's like everyone here, I'm sure, I'm not going to say everyone here has been in a car and been speeding, but I'm sure people have witnessed it if they haven't done it themselves. And the whole idea of having speeding laws and occasionally police running around checking and you see someone pulled over is the deterrent effect of the law to make you not speed, or at least only speed a little.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a flash flood warning for southeastern Craig County in northeastern Oklahoma, Delaware County in northeastern Oklahoma, Mays County in northeastern Oklahoma at 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:33 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2.5 inches in 1 hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Expected hazards include flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. The following impacts are expected: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pryor Creek, Grove, Salina, Langley, Adair, Bernice, Ketchum, Stabenall, Disney, Pensacola, Hoot Owl, Cloeta, Cherokee State Park, Stabenall State Park, Clearup, Bernice State Park, Honey Creek State Park, Sportsman Acres Community received reports of roads flooded more than normal and 2 to 3 inch per hour rates. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads.
Keep right.
Most flood deaths
After
occur in
50
vehicles.
yards, turn right. Turn right.
But what are the downsides of your position? And one of the questions I always say to students is,
Go straight.
I want you to think about what's doing increasing those response, because that's too easy.
Keep right.
Think about
After 50 yards, turn right.
does it cause you to change your
Turn right.
Is it not persuasive, and why is it not persuasive? Is it something that it's got validity, but it still doesn't carry the day because you think it's outweighed by the positives of what you're proposing? To really think hard about what the downsides are. And by the way, this is what you do in government when you're thinking about policies. You get people together and you sort of really wrestle with this, or at least I should say, this is what my experience in the government was under Republican and Democratic administrations. There was this kind of healthy debate. So that's all a lot of thread clearing to get to your question. And I'm sure some people are like, what's the question again? I think that there are a couple answers. One is the issue that you are raising in general about what I would call, as people think of as the weaponization of the justice system. That can happen with any new tool that is created. In other words, you can be like, well, there's a law against any sort of So there's a certain amount of trying to deal with reality. But having said that, I want to make sure people know this is one suggestion of how to deal with the problem. There are myriad issues. As I mentioned, I just wrote about for the New York Times about how I think the grand jury system could be fixed. In terms of could you bring aspects of the courtroom, this truth-seeking function that you don't get away with adjectives and adverbs? Of course there is. So just to take political debates, and this is, I'm very much sort of channeling my inner Lawrence O'Donnell, which is our political debates, at least the presidential ones, are just cribbed lines, and there's very little where there's an actual discussion, and they're also not really representative of what you're voting for, because the way decisions are made is you really want to know about how is this person going to, what team are they going to put together, how are they going to make decisions, who are they going to be calling on. It isn't sort of memorizing flip answers and just saying what comes out in polls. We do not subject people to questions. You have to answer. If you don't answer, there's a follow-up question. If you don't answer that, you can go to the videotape, and when the person says they never said that or it's out of context, it's like, well, really? I'm going to play it. So that is something where therapy over and over again unless we come up with structures that they won't prevent it, but make it less there still are appeals, so it's not a final determination. But this is a long way of saying that the bar associations are a check on DOJ lawyers who do something that violates those ethics rules. And the reason I'm sort of focusing on this is that 10 days ago, the Department of Justice, headed by Todd Blanche, filed a brief in DC, and the position of the Department of Justice is that bar associations should have zero role in overseeing Department of Justice ethics, that they cannot take action in the Jeffrey Clark case. It is important so that for people listening to this, people may have followed the case where there was the judge pointed out rampant problems in the grand jury where prosecutors excused grand jurors who wanted to vote against the government's position, just took them over the grand jury, hid what happened from the judge. Under this brief, the Department of Justice's view, there would be no ethical consequences that could be brought, even if the person did that deliberately in violation of all duties of candor that you have to the court in terms of being transparent, in terms of how you're supposed to conduct yourself in the grand jury. They want to remove that as one of the last checks that we have. And I have to say, somebody who worked in the department for 21 years, I want to be held to that standard. If you don't want to be held to that standard, don't do the sector, which you should also be held to that standard, particularly when you work with the public. So that is where our association currently can take action.
you see it, they're seeing it. So the AI is creating an image. So it's an image, not a text. How would your proposals apply to that? If they put in there a little bit of text saying this is just not a real image, but they'll keep left. See that. How do we deal with this?
So one easy thing to think about when I'm proposing truth in advertising, the issue of the marketplace of ideas and what is true is only going to get worse if we deep fakes and what you're talking about. You can deal with those issues, but you can also have rules about what you need to do in elections, which is like in England, you cannot lie about your political opponent. And if you lie about your political opponent and it's found after due process, you're removed from office. And we don't think of England as some wild, some third world country. We think of it as a first world rule of law country where they are thinking their way through the issues that we have so far not dealt with.
So we only have a couple of minutes left, and I can't let you go without asking you this one personal question, because this really struck me. You mentioned early in the book, you said, I have claimed my Austrian citizenship through your father, who's all from Austria. You wrote, yeah, understandable, given our current political group. I mean, it sounds to me like you were saying that you think that freedom in this country, and your freedom in particular, are in sufficient jeopardy that you
Just give a little bit of context, which is that my sister is really the one I have to thank, because she was worried about me, and she said, you know, Austria has a law and it allows us to be Austrian citizens. We had relatives who had done the same thing, who were more invested and closer to Austria, and you know, she's my big sister, and she did all the paperwork. Which is
not the votes to pass it in the Senate. Trump has called on Thune to skirt the 60-vote threshold there by eliminating the filibuster. Last week in a post that actually mentioned...
last night, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani celebrated the victories of all three
Keep left.
Democrats.
After 50 yards, turn left.
Your hearts into this. Because you poured your hopes into this.
Turn left.
And we are showing there is a new path for politics in our city and in our country.
So what does this progressive wave mean for the National Democratic Party as it tries to regain control of Congress in November? WNYC reporter Walter Ruthven is on the line. Walter, welcome.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, so this was a big night with Mayor Mamdani. All three of his first candidates elected his deeply blue districts of Walnut sure to win in November. What does this moment reveal about the mayor's political climate?
Well, all the political observers here in New York and even people around the DSA, the Democratic Socialist of America itself, they acknowledged the mayor was taking a really big risk by endorsing three candidates for Congress, two who were taking on incumbents. He angered parts of the Democratic coalition that looked to win last year. He reportedly broke an intended commitment to support five-term Congressman Adriano España, who was the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. You know, it was a big question. Was his win in the election more about him as a charismatic figure or about this rising leftist movement? And as we can see from the results last night, his gamble paid off. All three candidates won, two by absolutely huge margins. And then down the ballot, even more importantly, 6 Democratic Socialists for candidates won their elections for state office. They'll go to Albany and they will push these policies. They're pushing to raise the income tax on the state's top earners. They're trying to raise the state corporate tax, all to pay for more social services like universal child care.
So if Mamdani was the big winner, then incumbents and Democratic establishment candidates were the big losers, what were the issues that propelled those candidates last night?
There's been a relentless focus on affordability and the high cost of living in New York. And their prescription is to raise taxes on the wealthy, to pay for more social services, things like universal child care, making public transportation like buses free. These were the tenets of the mayor's campaign, and they were continued in these congressional campaigns, and they're clearly messages that are resonating. And then also, the conventional political wisdom is that voters vote on pocketbook issues and not on foreign policy. But the issue of America's support for Israel and the Israeli military was really salient in all of these races. Right. And especially in the 10th District, where former City Controller Brad Lander beat the incumbent, Dan Goldman. Both men are Jewish. But the major difference between them, the only difference between them, these two progressive candidates, is their support for Israel. Goldman has a long relationship with AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Lander identifies as more of a liberal Zionist, but he is unapologetic in calling the war in Gaza a genocide, and says that he will vote to oppose military aid in the future. This was a winning message, and he won by more than 30 points.
Well, let's talk about another one of the candidates that Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier beat a long time incumbent and race to represent Harlem, North of Bronx. She's a Democratic Socialist.
30%.
Mhm.
So this could be a very promising treatment.
Serious gossip columnist. This application was not for the president, so they are on record saying that. Do you still think that there are questions here?
I don't know. I have to take them at their word, right? I think that regardless of who the patient is, it was a story worth writing, and it's interesting just because of how unusual it is and the suggestion that this might be some sort of favor that Eli Lilly could be granting to a more well-connected person. So it remains to be seen. I think we'll have to see, what happens with the president's health, what happens, if there's some other powerful person out there who got access to this early.
Well, we should say you spoke with something like 18 different bioethicists, obesity clinicians, current and former health officials. All of them told you that this application struck them as unusual.
Absolutely. And, another notable point in all of this is companies are supposed to offer compassionate use to anyone who applies, and often they'll post a press release or have a very clear criteria of how to apply. Eli Lilly did not do that in this case, and Eli Lilly knows how to do this. They've been, offering compassionate use since the 1980s when it was first created. One expert noted to me that the posting did not have the condition that retatrutide is meant to treat. There was no information about which patients might qualify, and they said that you would have to be in the know to find something like this. So that suggests that this is not something that Eli Lilly intends to make incredibly accessible to whoever might qualify.
Lizzie Lawrence, who covers the Food and Drug Administration for Stat News. Lizzie, thank you for your reporting on this.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Let's hear it now.
When the going gets tough, you know what? A lot of people just stay right where they are.
People start to be a little bit more creative and don't just naturally jump on a plane and leave the state or leave the country. They start to look a little inward.
I'm Kai Rizdal. The Summer of Staycations next time on Marketplace.
Join us tonight at 7 on Public Radio 89.5. The Helmrich Center for American Research at 1400 North Gilcrease Museum Road in Tulsa is pleased to announce the debut of a new exhibition, Indigenous Independence, America at 250. This exhibition will invite visitors to reflect upon the centrality of Native peoples to the development of the United States as we know it today. The show will be on view at the Helmrich Center from June 15th through August 7th. More information on this exhibition at gilcrease.org.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by Nine Funeral and Cremation, providing sensible, respectful cremation and memorial service options for over 85 years. Nine Funeral and Cremation, 918-742-5556 or NINDE.com.
Now in HD from the University of Tulsa, Public Radio 89.5, KWGS, HD1, Tulsa.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and from the Music Emporium, guitar sellers for more than 55 years, celebrating the enduring presence of music made on the front porch and center stage. You can learn more at themusicemporium.com.
It's Here and Now, and if you don't have World Cup fever yet, you may catch it over the next few days. All 48 teams have now played in 2 matches, and that sets the tournament up for a frenzied finale to close out the group stage. From today until Saturday, there are 6 matches a day. What? Soccer commentator Sean Wheelock is here. Sean, welcome back.
Hey, Robin, thank you for having me.
And first, let's go to the fever. You know, here in Boston where we are, you know, we are all Scottish and Norwegian and Ghanaian now. You know, the city has been in love with soccer fans. You know, Norwegians rowing up escalators, the Scots playing bagpipes for kids at homeless shelters. I mean, it's just amazing. What are you seeing?
I'm based in Kansas City, and we're one of the World Cup cities. We're getting 6 total matches. It is exactly the same. I heard once, and I really believe this, for most people, not just in the U.S., but globally, your entry point into soccer, into the sport of football, is the World Cup. That was certainly the case for me as a kid at World Cup 1990. That was the case for a lot of American men and women, and certainly kids at USA World Cup 1994. And I think multiply that by a factor of 5, Robin, for this World Cup in 2026. The US, Canada, Mexico, all hosting. This is having a massive impact on North America.
Well, we want to get to how this works from here on out, but just to stay with us for a second, we're hearing, you know, from the soccer fans and players who have come here, they have this anticipation, maybe because of, you know, the view of the U.S. on the world stage right now, that people would not be friendly, that we don't be fighting each other or fighting them because they're coming from different countries. And instead, they're feeling so welcomed. And then on the other hand, a lot of Americans, when we hear about soccer, it's because some hooligans somewhere have done something. And so each, I think, is getting a different impression of the other.
Without question, and those are playing into the worst stereotypes, that Americans are unfriendly to foreigners, and that Americans as soccer fans fear the foreigners because they bring this crazy hooligan culture. That's certainly not the case. I commentated World Cup 2006 in Germany, and there was a lot of concern then about nationalism. It's one of the best experiences of my career, certainly of my life. In my own city, Kansas City, we're almost 2.5 million people, but because of our location, we don't get a lot of international tourism. And it has been wonderful as a native Kansas Cityan to embrace people from literally around the world and show them our American Midwest hospitality.
Yeah. Well, so how does it work? Explain how we're going to have 6 matches a day for 4 days. Why is it set up this way?
Well, Robin, I think my DVR is about to explode. So this goes back to World Cup 1986. In essence, FIFA, who's the world governing body of soccer, wants to prevent collusion. They don't want 2 nations knowing, all right, all we have to do is have this result, this scoreline, and then it mutually benefits both nations. Also, they don't want a nation going in playing for that dreaded 0-0 draw. That's called negative football. That can happen. If a really
skillful side knows that they have to not score a goal and keep their opponent from scoring a goal to benefit them, they'll just kick the ball around for 90 minutes, and it is awful.
Yeah.
So that's why we have this influx. 6 matches now until the next round, the round of 32.
Meanwhile, Sean, everyone here is saying, wow, you have a DVR. But if we can't watch them all, which matches would you recommend?
Well, certainly with the U.S., although you're going to see the manager of the United States, Mauricio Pochettino, I believe, rest a lot of his star players. And fair point, the U.S. is already through to the knockout phase. That's the round of 32. I'm really interested coming up this afternoon in Vancouver, Canada versus Switzerland. You know, for Canada, they are a host nation. That's almost been lost, that Canada and Mexico are co-hosting with the United States. This is just the 3rd World Cup for Canada. They won 6-0 versus Qatar in their second group match. And an interesting subplot, their manager is Jesse Marsh. He's from Wisconsin. He played for the United States. He played in Major League Soccer. And very famously, or perhaps infamously, he was rejected when he interviewed as the U.S. manager in 2023. He's been bitter ever since, and that's been a rallying point for Marsh in Canada.
Yeah. Well, I have to touch on Ghana. They next play Croatia on Saturday night, but they held England to 0-0, and won against Panama in their first match. According to FIFA, Ghana is 65th in the world. England is 4th. How far do you think Ghana can go?
Robin, first of all, I would tell you, discount anything that you ever hear on FIFA rankings. They're generally nonsensical.
Okay.
Ghana, the Black Stars, have really emerged over the last 20 years as one of the African powers of the sport of soccer. So this is now 5 of the last 6 World Cups for Ghana. 0-0 against mighty England was a phenomenal result. I think this is a nation that if they overachieve could go to the round of 16. Their manager is Carlos Queiroz. This is his 4th different nation that he has led to the World Cup, and I love the mix of Ghana. They have players born in Ghana, the Netherlands, England, France. Across club soccer, the Ghanaian players on this World Cup squad come from 14 different national leagues for their club. It's an interesting story, but they're not the underdog. Perhaps they're being made out to be based on previous accomplishments.
And briefly, just got a few seconds here. We're watching Portugal's 41-year-old Cristiano Ronaldo. He scored twice against Uzbekistan. He's now scored in all 6 World Cups. Keep an eye on him.
Absolutely. Even at age 41, and they say this will be his last World Cup. Maybe, probably. I want to put this in perspective.
Real quick.
Ronaldo, as you just mentioned, Robin, has scored in 6 World Cups. The World Cup began in 1930. He's one of just 12 players to have appeared in more than 4 World Cups. That's a record that might never be broken.
Soccer commentator Sean Wheelock. Enjoy and thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
You may not know this, but Nigeria's film industry is one of the largest in the world. People call it Nollywood, and films get major releases in theaters and on Netflix. But a new generation of Nigerian filmmakers is taking their movies straight to YouTube, where millions of people are watching. The shift is creating new opportunities and raising questions about the industry's future. NPR's Jewel Bright reports.
Sorry, but not sorry. I thought this is money.
In a cramped Lagos apartment, 28-year-old director David Akwayo is shooting what he hopes will be his breakout film. Diary of a Lagos Girl follows a young woman chasing fame in Nigeria's biggest city, only to fall in with the wrong crowd. It's set to premiere on YouTube within weeks. Akwayo's first independent project after years of low-paid work in Nollywood.
Filmmaking is lucrative, so much money to make from film. But in the society, I find myself, there are so many gatekeepers.
Akwayo says to move forward, he had to try something different.
YouTube is free, so what stops me from doing my thing and making more money?
You know that I will see my future on outside.
For years, Nollywood films have appeared on YouTube. But now the platform is becoming a business model. YouTube makes money by selling ads before and during videos and shares a cut with creators. The more views a film gets, the more money it can earn.
Hello, what's wrong with you?
Now YouTube films like Love in Every Word, one of the most watched Nigerian films on the platform last year, are drawing huge audiences. This film alone reached more than 30 million views.
I can try to recover the losses
and unlike in the US or India, where YouTube is both promotional and a hub for original entertainment, many Nigerian filmmakers now use it as their primary release platform.
You could make $30,000 from
film you produced with just 6 to 7 million naira.
That's roughly $20,000 in profit on a relatively low-budget production, according to Angela Iguavon, who runs a fast-rising Nollywood YouTube channel with more than 40,000 subscribers.
Some of the actors that used to laugh at, actors that did YouTube movies, a lot of them now, they're now on YouTube.
An actress for over a decade before moving to YouTube, she says the platform has been a game changer.
A YouTube producer can pay you 4 million naira for 4 days, but cinema producers would hardly do that.
As views surge, fueled by the diaspora and better internet access, YouTube is paying big money, and filmmakers are bypassing the filmmaking establishment to go straight to audiences. Nollywood's big productions still operate on a different scale. Behind the scenes, last year's Nollywood box office hit is a clear example. A comedy drama about family, love and betrayal. It made over $1 million in its first 4 weeks.
I only just gave you money last week.
YouTube filmmakers are still a long way from that level of revenue. But that may not last long, and some veterans warn the shift is fueling a focus on quick profits.
So many people that are making movies, films on YouTube today are not real practitioners.
Director Sunday Olesameka says the rush to make money is hurting quality.
Whether it is poorly shot, whether it is rightly shot, whether it is richly shot, they don't care.
Olesameka believes the industry now needs tighter control, even regulation.
Good evening.
Are you looking for somebody or you want to chat before?
Back on set, Akwayo sees it differently. He admits not every YouTube film is polished, but says the platform is breaking down long-standing barriers once controlled by producers, financiers, and distributors in the industry.
Before the advent of YouTube film industry in Nigeria, if you're not a favorite of these gatekeepers, there's no how you progress in industry.
For a new generation of filmmakers in Nigeria, the path to success may no longer run through cinemas, but through clicks, views, and the algorithm. A shift that could signal what's coming for film industries far beyond Nigeria. Drew Bright, NPR News, Lagos.
It's here and now.
Live from NPR News in Boston, I'm Josie Guarino. President Donald Trump canceled plans to sign a bipartisan measure that could help spur more home construction. Republicans had been hoping to use the housing bill as a selling point on affordability to voters ahead of November's midterm elections. But the president declared on social media that he now wants Congress to first pass a bill that would mandate stricter rules for voter identification in federal elections. The head of the UN's nuclear agency signaled today that inspectors will visit Iranian nuclear enrichment sites as part of an interim peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. This stance comes after both countries issued contradictory statements about the inspections. IAEA's Rafael Mariano Grossi acknowledged the dueling narratives, but he says the accord explicitly states all nuclear activities and material facilities will be supervised by the IAEA. Camp Mystic is in Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Today's court filing in Houston comes nearly a year after a July 4th flood killed 25 girls, 2 counselors, and the camp's owner. Court documents show the Texas camp has more than $10 million in debt while holding less than $500,000 in assets. This financial collapse follows heavy legal pressure from the victims' families who are suing the camp. You're listening to Here and Now.
Toy Story 5 is on the big screen, and one of the movie's plot points is all about little screens. Screen time for kids, that is.
When my kids were spending too much time on screens, it made them really grumpy and unpleasant to be around.
I'm Scott Detrow. Research shows that screen time gets higher during the summer. We'll look at the battle between toys and technology, all things considered, from NPR News.
You can listen without the screen this afternoon at 4 on Public Radio 89.5.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by Tulsa Garden Center, providing a headquarters Centers for Plant Educational Programming, a home for 16 plant societies, and stewardship of Woodward Park since 1954. More about diverse opportunities and experiences at TulsaGardenCenter.org.
Public Radio 89.5, KWGS HD1, Tulsa. National Public Radio for Northeastern Oklahoma.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston, where the program is produced, and MathWorks, creator of MATLAB and Simulink, to design and develop engineered systems, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com.
Turn left.
And strawberry.me, whose career coaches offer professional support to help people get unstuck, gain clarity, and move forward, whether advancing in a current role or choosing a new direction altogether. More at strawberry.me/help.
It's here and now. President Trump is trying to give the fishing industry a boost and lower the price of seafood for Americans. So why are people mad? Anita Hofschneider is a senior staff writer for our editorial partners at Grist. She's on the line from Honolulu. Anita, welcome back.
Keep right. After
So the issue
50
here
yards,
is that
turn
President
right.
Trump wants to open 3 national marine monuments in the Pacific to
right.
commercial fishing. Start there. Tell me more about this plan.
Sure. So earlier this month, President Donald Trump issued an executive proclamation to allow commercial fishing in parts of 3 national marine monuments. Now, these are massive conservation ocean areas surrounding Hawaii, or in the waters around
right.
Hawaii, American Samoa, and the
50
Commonwealth of
yards,
Northern
turn right.
Mariana Islands. And they include parts of Papahanao, Mokuakea
Turn
Marine
right.
National Monument, the Rose Atoll Marine National Monument, and part of the Mariana Trench Marine National Monument. Collectively, the areas span roughly 500,000 square miles in the Pacific Ocean and are home to thousands of plant and animal species and some of the planet's most ecologically sensitive habitats.
Wow. We're talking about what, humpback whales, monk seals, sea turtles. How potentially would some of these species or these monuments be affected by commercial fishing?
Yes, one scientific program described Mokuakea as the largest marine wilderness area in the world and the equivalent of Yellowstone, Yosemite, and all the
left their 18-month-old son with a babysitter, said they'd be back that afternoon, and went out to help rob a bank. And two guards and a police officer were killed. My family ended up adopting.
Keep right. To read, you'd always been told that, there was a certain time when we became parents, we had you guys, we stayed away from some of that risky stuff, and you found that wasn't true.
Yeah, so my brother Jason had been a vision of a future I could have had, but didn't. And when I asked my parents about it, they would always say, well, after you were born, we stopped carrying out violent revolutionary actions. We were trying to be risk averse. And I asked my parents about that, and they admitted that actually we had been casing this prison to try to help with this jailbreak.
And that's kind of disastrous. You were being brought to case out of prison for the prison break that did happen. And your dad was the driver in the getaway car, and your dad always got caught. You're right. Over and over, your parents, when asked to choose between solidarity and family, your parents had a compact and chose the cause. You asked your dad what he thought about how close he came. What did he say?
He said, you know, he often thinks like they're but for the grace of God, and they came very close a few times to really utter disaster for our family and for the movement. And he also thinks that it was worth it, that he would do it again. He thinks that those things were noble efforts, that they had to happen. He's done it.
How'd that feel to hear?
It felt complicated. And I would say for me, one of the conclusions writing the book was realizing that for my parents, there is no distinction between love for your children and trying to make a better future. Those two things are the same thing for them.
I can say, you are a dad. Would you do that? Would you have, don't say yeah, I'll do that. Get those two beautiful girls at home?
It's hard to imagine, but I think many of the people I know, and certainly I feel, that we should be doing more to resist injustice. Then it just becomes a question of where you draw your lines, you know, how much you're willing to sacrifice. And I think my parents, they were willing to sacrifice a whole lot. I will say, you talked, Robin, about how famous and infamous my mother was in those times, and I think she became a symbol of what it looks like when a middle-class white person decides that she's going to do anything she can to fight injustice.
And yet, listen, here we are. You say in this concluding chapter, our parents, our childhood heroes, turned out to be flawed human beings, and we all, meaning the kids, Panther Cubs, we all have memories of loss, abandonment, and trauma. All we inherit is their failure and tragedy. We lose the value of life. And then in your acknowledgments, you talk about your daughters, but you say it's been complicated for the whole family. Right of your girls, they've inherited their father's faith. They will carry on the family legacy and do things better next time.
Keep right. After 50 yards, turn right.
Not only in my family, but in this country,
Turn right.
to some faith that this next generation of idealists and activists, and I think they would say the same thing, which is they made a lot of mistakes, and they hope that people will do it better next time. And for me, the book is an attempt to say, you know, here's history to wrestle with and to try to
Zayn Torn, his memoir, Dangerous, Dirty, Violent, and Young. Yes, a lyric from Miss Jefferson Airplanes. After turning themselves in the early 1980s, his dad, Bill Harris, became a respected professor at his Albany University in Chicago. We spoke with Zayn at the WBUR Festival. Let's hear it. On the next Fresh Air, the masculinism movement is becoming mainstream. The goal is to fight feminism and restore the privacy of men. A prominent leader wants to repeal the 19th Amendment. We speak with Helen Lewis, who writes about it in The Atlantic. Join us.
This afternoon at 3 and tonight at 9 on Public Radio 89.5 and online at publicradio.com.
World Stage Theater Company closes their timeless and relevant story season with a dramatization of the
The classic To Kill a Mockingbird. Told through the eyes of Scout Finch, this classic story follows her father Atticus as he defends a man accused of a crime in a town divided by originals. To Kill a Mockingbird runs June 19th through the 28th at the Lady Duchess Theater at the Tulsa Performing Arts Center. Information on tickets at tulsapac.com.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and from MathWorks, creator of MATLAB and Simulink, to design and develop engineered systems, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. And the Museum of Science, offering a summer of discovery. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, there's something new to explore for the whole family. Information for planning a visit is at mos.org. It's Here and Now. The Smithsonian is the world's largest museum institution. That means it has 21 museums or galleries and the National Zoo. Today we're shining a light on two small objects at one of those museums that tell the big story of a woman who refused to blend into the background. Curator at the Smithsonian's Anacostia Community Museum, and she's back with us. Jennifer, welcome.
Thank you very much, Robin. Great to be here.
And start with Ethel Payne's hat. It's known as a fancy hat. We'll have it at herenow.org, a picture, but what does it look like?
It is a fusion of flowers and this it has pink roses and violets that are made out of velvet material, glass grapes, and she just wears this pistachio hat with glitters.
And why? And it sounds like a church hat to me, but what does it symbolize? And how does it become sort of our gateway to understanding it?
I think it is very much like a church hat or a crown, and certainly women at the time were wearing hats and gloves when they went out, and of course church hats and crowns are part of a special tradition for African American women, and so she really attended to her attire, and it also identified her when she was a reporter in a room with mostly male reporters. They had their hats off indoors, as was the custom, and she had hers on, so it made her stand out in terms of gender in a place where she was really path-breaking.
You know, it's interesting because we're mentioning church hats, and, you know, church hats were a sign of respect for church, but also self-respect, and it sounds as if she's demanding that with that hat. By the way, we want to point out that the Anacostia Community Museum is in Anacostia, which is one of D.C.'s oldest historic neighborhoods. It's filled with African-American history and culture. You should go. If you're going to D.C., visit the home of Frederick Douglass and this community museum. I'm assuming there's so much there having to do with Ethel Payne. What is there, you know, text we can read, and what can we learn about her background?
Yes, in our current exhibit, We Make History. We have this hat on view, as well as a press pin that she wore to admit her to the Asian African Conference in Bandung, Indonesia in 1955. And as the First Lady of the Black Press, she reported from over 30 countries in her long reporting career. We also have the pen that you mentioned that was used to sign the Civil Rights Act of 1964 on view, and a certificate that she received in honor of her journalism career, but also in honor of her work toward human rights.
Let's talk about that pen. It was President Lyndon Johnson who signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 after President Kennedy was assassinated and didn't get to carry out his plans for the Civil Rights Act. And so Johnson gave this pen to Ethel Payne. Presidents use many pens to sign things, but they, you know, give them to a select few. Just talk about that moment. What was he saying there?
Yes, Ethel Payne's biography by James McGrath Morris opens with this pivotal moment, and Ethel Payne is being recognized for her decades-long civil rights activism dating back to the 1940s when she worked with A. Philip Randolph, the famous labor organizer and head of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. So she is recognized for that long-term advocacy and civic engagement, and only 75 people approximately received those pens.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a very special honor.
Very special. We understand in 2002, the U.S. Post Office honored her with a 37-cent stamp. Aspiring journalists who want to do international reporting in Africa can be awarded the Ethel Payne Fellowship. She died in 1991, but wow, what a legacy she left.
Indeed, she met every president from Eisenhower to Reagan, and in that last year of her life, she met and interviewed Nelson Mandela, who had just been released from prison. She really connected the struggle for civil rights across countries and cultures, and she leaves us a tremendous legacy that all Americans can be grateful for.
Well, and you can get a sense of her at the Anacostia Community Museum. Jennifer Seek is acting curator. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for taking us to these people through these items. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. It's a delight to share that with you.
And don't forget, our series looking at 25 objects that tell the story of America is almost over, so you can catch up on everything we've covered, from an Olympic torch signed by Muhammad Ali to the original Star-Spangled Banner. It's all at HereNow.org. And tune in next Wednesday for the final object. Here and Now is a production of NPR and WBUR. I'm Robin Young in Boston.
I'm Peter O'Dowd in Phoenix. It's Here and Now.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and your NPR station, and from Road Scholar, a nonprofit educational travel provider for adults offering programs in more than 100 countries and online. Learn more at roadscholar.org/learning.
I'm Peter O'Dowd. Katya Chen is the first Asian American woman to win the Caldecott Medal, one of the highest awards in children's literature.
When I came to the United States and English was hard for me to speak, I found myself really leaning on the power of art being a universal language.
Her eye-popping illustrations next time, Here and Now.
Toy Story 5 is on the big screen, and one of the movie's plot points is all about little screens. Screen time for kids, that is.
When my kids were spending too much time on screens, it made them really grumpy and unpleasant to be around.
I'm Scott Detrow. Research shows that screen time gets higher during the summer. A look at the battle between toys and technology on All Things Considered from NPR News.
You can listen without the screen this afternoon at 4 on Public Radio 89.5.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by the founders of the Shining Honor Project, funding the cleaning and honoring of veterans' headstones by adults with developmental challenges through partnerships with A New Leaf, Gatesway, and other caregiving agencies. More at shininghonor.org.
Public Radio 89.5, KWGS, HD1, Tulsa.
Funding for Here and Now comes from MathWorks, maker of MATLAB and Simulink for engineered systems. MathWorks, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science.
From NPR and WBUR Boston, I'm Peter O'Dowd.
I'm Robin Young. It's Here and Now. Coming up, a U.S. Olympic athlete stands accused of vandalizing the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool after that failed multi-million-dollar renovation. We'll speak to his lawyer. Also, a new report shows serious disease has been missed in black patients because of flawed race-based medical tests. In some cases, go back to the days of slavery.
We have race-corrected tests that we're using today for underdiagnosing, misdiagnosing black patients.
These stories, and a hospice doctor says visions at the end of life are common and profoundly moving.
People are having these experiences grow in remarkable ways. So you don't stop living because you're dying.
Coming up, Here and Now.
The news is first.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Laura Wong. Primary night
successful. As NPR's Elena Moore reports, all three of Mamdani's endorsed candidates for Congress won their matchups.
Mamdani broke with Democratic leaders in 3 key House races, throwing support behind leftist candidates who openly criticize Israel and push for liberal economic policies. And in the end, 2 of those challengers ousted sitting incumbents. Strategist and mayoral advisor Morris Katz says it's a move that shows the mayor's goal of rejecting establishment politics.
Very often, politicians who have the power and the popularity that the mayor does right now are far more concerned with protecting it than using it. His decision to use it not just paid off last night, but is part of the reason people love him.
These districts heavily favor Democrats, meaning Mamdani's endorsed candidates are expected to win their general election matchups in the fall. Elena Moore, NPR News.
One day after the Senate passed a resolution aimed at limiting President Trump's military action against Iran, the Pentagon is asking Congress for another $80 billion to pay for operations in the region. NPR's Will Lawrence reports.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is lobbying senators to provide $80 billion, mostly to pay for months of war and the thousands of cruise missiles, drones, and interceptors expended after the U.S. and Israel launched a war against Iran. This comes as the White House is asking for a record $1.5 trillion for this year's regular defense appropriation. While defense hawks on Capitol Hill agree that the U.S. must urgently replenish its global stockpile of munitions, the Iran war and the current ceasefire agreement are not popular, and senators from both parties may balk at such staggering expenses when the American voting public still feels the pinch of higher prices at the gas pump and the grocery store. Will Lawrence, NPR News.
There are now more than 1,000 confirmed Ebola cases in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The initial response was slow, but there are signs that it's now picking up. NPR's Jonathan Lambert has more on the story.
World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus laid out progress in a press conference Wednesday.
In the past 5 weeks, the number of treatment beds has increased from less than 10 to over 500 in 19 health centers.
Testing capacity has increased from just 30 tests a day to over 2,000, he said. And while there are no approved treatments, he says clinical trials for 2 will start next week. Still, the outbreak shows no signs of slowing down. Health officials are still struggling to reach contacts of cases in the outbreak's epicenter, and cases are spreading across borders. A French doctor tested positive for Ebola after returning from home from treating patients in DRC. Jonathan Lambert, NPR News.
This is NPR. Camp Mystic, a girls' Christian camp in Texas, filed for bankruptcy protection today. Floods had swept the camp over the July 4th holiday weekend last year, killing 28 people, most of them young girls. A lawsuit filed last year charged the camp failed to protect the campers
WBUR, I'm Peter O'Dowd in Phoenix.
I'm Robin Young in Boston. It's Here and Now. And today, the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool is surrounded by fencing and patrolling National Guard troops ahead of the July 4th celebrations. It's also in the middle of a finger pointing over what went wrong and what to do. To review, President Trump oversaw a renovation of the pool. The New York Times reported that a no-bid contract for cleaning was awarded to a firm connected to a Trump donor. Now pieces of a new bright blue coating are peeling off. President Trump originally said you couldn't cut the coating with a knife, it's so strong.
Keep left.
Now he claims someone has done just that. He's not providing evidence of vandalism, but this week said on social media that 6 people have been arrested. Joshua Cole is on the legal team representing one of those arrested.
Keep left.
Senior counsel at Democracy Defenders Fund. They bill themselves as dedicated to stopping the assault on democracy. Joshua, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, an Interior Department spokesperson told the AP that this fencing that's there now was already planned for the because of the concerns of vandalism. Though she also
Keep left.
Again, you're on the team representing someone, David Hearn. Now, he's the Olympian canoeist. He said he went to the reflecting pool last week. Why did he say he went there, and what did he say he did?
So, as you mentioned, Davey is a decorated Olympian, and he was just on a long bike ride, and the reflecting pool was on his route. And he stopped because he was curious about what the reflecting pool looked like and the mess that Trump has made of the reflecting pool. He and his wife are small business owners. He's actually really interested in waterproofing materials because he used to own a canoe business. He did nothing wrong. He didn't break the law. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary or unusual.
Well, what did he do?
He simply went to the pool. He went to observe what happened. Everything what the Trump administration, what has been alleged against him is not true.
Well, hold on just a second, because he did say that he reached down and he did touch a piece of the line.
He did what Americans, thousands of millions of Americans have done throughout time, which is go and touch the water at the reflecting pool. And the allegations of illegal conduct or misbehavior of any sort are completely unfounded, as we'll prove in court.
He's been charged with a misdemeanor for destruction of government property. What if those charging him say that pulling that liner piece up was the kind of vandalism that they're talking about?
Look, we now have reports of documented evidence inside the government that the problems with the reflecting pool after the Trump-driven renovations were not only known to the government before Mr. Hearn ever went to the pool, but were widespread. A full week before, Park Services workers discovered holes, cracks, and peeling caulking in parts of the pool. And 3 days before, officials noticed that the chunks of the blue sealant that covered the bottom of the pool was peeling and floating to the surface. And as you mentioned, the Trump administration gave out no big contracts to do this renovation. They bypassed the legally required process of seeking competitive bids because of what they called this urgent need to complete the project before it's around the nation's 250th birthday. Now Trump himself is admitting that the repairs may not even be done before July 4th anyway. All of what's transpiring here is why we have competitive processes built into the law to find the best contractors at the best price to do the best work for taxpayers. And the important part here is that Davey is just the latest example of the Trump
swimming pool. He has a court case coming up in July. Joshua, thank you.
Thank you.
100 years in prison. That is the sentence handed down to a man convicted of shooting a police officer during a The others received sentences between 30 and 70 years, and they've all been accused of being part of the far-left protest movement Antifa. Dylan Duke is a breaking news reporter at KERA. Dylan, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
So needless to say, a century in prison is by all accounts a life sentence. What exactly were the charges against this man, Benjamin Song, that would get him such a long punishment?
Yeah, so of course for Song, the most serious charge was attempted murder of an officer. But he also faced charges related to providing this material support to terrorists, rioting, using an explosive and conspiring to use an explosive, which were the fireworks that were used during the protest and appeared to have also been shot at the facility.
So it's a serious crime, shooting a police officer. Of course, thankfully, the officer did not die. How serious was he?
Yeah, so he was, hit in the shoulder and neck area, and we do know that he was back to work quickly. He is back on the job. But the judge, Mark Pittman, remarked that, it was a miracle that Song didn't die and that Bill didn't die. Song got 11 shots fired off in just seconds. The officer shooting blindly. It appeared to hit Song's right leg. So, it really
Now I want to play some tape.
possible by your financial support. Public Radio 89.5, KWGS HD1.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the Reverb Institute at Boston University, hosting the Is Business Broken podcast, featuring conversations with academics, industry leaders, and politicians. More at iems.bu.edu.
It's here and now. In some ways, 2026 feels like the golden age of medicine. Advances in fast and furious, customized oncology,
Go straight.
labeled a troublemaker for questioning her professors about assumptions about black physiology. Let's listen.
I asked all the questions that I had because we've done our anatomy lab. We've looked at kidneys of different people. I was like, the black kidneys and the white kidneys and the Asian kidneys, they all look the same. Like, what happens if a black person gets a kidney from a white person? Does the kidney become black now? Or is it still a white kidney? And then I was looking at the reasoning for why this was done. Why do we correct for race? And nobody could really answer the questions.
She wasn't the only one taking note of all this. A whole movement was building. Talk about what's changed.
During the Black Lives Matter movement, the medical students got involved and they started to say, you know, you're telling us that race is a social construct, but you're teaching us that we are using different doctors got a hold of this. And they said, we're going to compare our slaves' lung function to the plantation owners' lung function. And they said, well, slave lung function is inferior. It's biologically inferior. And that then became embedded into the science. It's still happening today.
As you've said, this goes back to Thomas Jefferson, who explored race in his notes on the state of Virginia. Here's Professor Evelyn Ammons reading from the text of Jefferson's writing.
The bodies of these enslaved peoples are fundamentally different than white bodies. They have different features. I've observed that they don't seem to breathe the same way we do. And those differences are given by
Turn
nature.
around when
They are
possible.
innate, and they will never change.
Your reporting, Rachel, has some incredible stories. One includes that one Southern doctor said that beating enslaved people was good for them because when they gasped for air, it would improve their breathing.
Turn around when
which,
possible.
Is part of the lie that they had problems breathing because they had these inferior lungs. But bring us back to today. We understand again from your reporting, the very physician whose study proved these race-based breathing scores were actually endangering black patients had initially set out to prove these scores were accurate. This is a black man, Dr. Aaron Baugh. Tell us more about that.
Aaron was a pulmonologist. He clearly thought that these tests that were race-based were tailored to black patients and that the outcomes would be better. And he decided to test the theory on 2,500 patients and found, oh my God, the race-corrected pulmonology test was masking disease in black patients.
Because again, this test put black people's normal range for lung capacity 10 to 15% lower than white people.
Exactly.
Which meant, you know, it was skewed and it wasn't catching disease. What does he say about this?
So what he says is that he realized that he has to question science and that he has to listen to his patients. He said that his patients would come in and they would complain that they couldn't breathe and other issues, and these tests would not confirm that. They were written off. He was living with that and trying to rectify it to this day, and he's doing it.
Well, starting in 2023, there's been a recommendation in place for doctors to use the race-neutral lung evaluations, but not all hospitals are participating.
The majority of hospitals are still using race-based spirometry tests. And that's where we get into the whole Veterans Association, because the Veterans Association, the majority, about 70%, are using these race-based tests. And this spirometry test is also used to determine whether or not you get benefits.
And veterans who are black are being denied those benefits. There are VA doctors, we should mention, who are fighting this in the Midwest. But one study showed that black veterans could be owed more than $1 billion in benefits and compensation every year.
Exactly. And that didn't talk about what these veterans would be owed over the years they weren't diagnosed. So, you know, we interviewed a veteran who had a race-corrected lung test 12 years ago that showed he had a mild disease. Mild disease, the disability benefit payment now is $180 a month. He was retested with race neutral, and it showed he actually had had moderate disease the whole time, which is $550 a month. Hundreds of dollars a month, you know, and cumulatively with the years, and add on a lot of veterans.
And how is politics playing into this? Because we know the Trump administration is eliminating all things perceived as DEI.
What we found in our reporting is that researchers, doctors were afraid to speak with us because of this punitive nature of trying to study race, trying to talk about race. And the government has mechanisms where if you see your colleagues doing anything perceived as DEI activity, you need to report them. So that means that if we have veterans, even if the test has become race neutral and they haven't been retested, doctors are not being educated. They don't know about this.
Oh boy. Look, we just have to talk briefly about COVID. We know that black patients died at higher rates than white patients during the pandemic, and at the time, there was an Oakland doctor who noted a study showing that the pulse oximeter, those finger clips that measure oxygen levels in the blood, were overestimating the oxygen levels in darker skin. Talk about what happened because of that.
So this is a case where actually, rather than making something race neutral, you have to pay attention to race. So for decades, the pulse oximeter, we've known, and scientists have known, that it has been defective in darker skin.
And we've reported on this. We know that that's because the melanin in darker skin can obscure the light and misrepresent oxygen levels.
Yes, and it was relied upon to determine whether or not you got treatment when you walked into that overwhelmed hospital. And it turns out that it overestimated oxygen levels by a few points in darker skin, which meant if you had a 90 as opposed to an 88, they sent you home. Or if you were using it at home to determine, am I sick enough to go into the hospital, you didn't go in.
Right. Again, because it was inflated in the oximeter. One of the takeaways from your great series is, if you are black, or if you are treating black patients, you need to know this.
Exactly. And we found that many providers had no idea that there was a defect, and they use these tools every single day.
Boy, there's so much here. We'll link people up to the full series. It's called The Race Equation. It's part of the New England Journal of Medicine's Intention to Treat show. It's reported and produced by veteran medical reporter Rachel Gottbaum. We've just been getting a taste. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Robin.
You're listening to Here and Now.
Live from NPR News in Boston, I'm Josie Guarino. A chief of staff to former New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been charged with accepting more than $100,000 in bribes to steer a lucrative migrant shelter contract to a Queens hotel. That's according to a federal indictment unsealed today. Frank Carone's arrest today is the latest in a string of corruption allegations that have rocked the one-term mayor and his inner circle. And it comes the same day federal authorities executed search warrants related to a separate bribery investigation involving high-ranking police officials under Adams. Carone's lawyer calls the indictment weak and a sad day for the criminal justice system. The Trump administration has reached an historic $450 million settlement with chemical giant Chemours Company over illegal PFAS or forever chemical discharges, marking the first federal deal of its kind. Chemours will pay $22.5 million in penalties and invest $90 million to clean up water supplies in West Virginia, North Carolina, and New Jersey. A moderate earthquake has shaken a remote area of Northern California, but there were no immediate reports of major damage or injuries. The epicenter of today's quake, with a preliminary magnitude of 5.6, was about 140 miles northeast of San Francisco, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. This is Here and Now.
Toy Story 5 is on the big screen, and one of the movie's plot points is all about little screens. Screen time for kids, that is.
When my kids were spending too much time on screens, it made them really grumpy and unpleasant to be around.
I'm Scott Detrow. Research shows that screen time gets higher during the summer. A look at the battle between toys and technology, all things considered, from NPR News.
You can listen without the screen this afternoon at 4 on Public Radio 89.5.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by the Tulsa Zoo, presenting Zoolightful, a world of animal lanterns glowing and illuminating a magical 1-mile path through the Tulsa Zoo. Open select evenings through June 28th. More at tulsazoo.org/zoolightful.
National Public Radio for Northeastern Oklahoma from the University of Tulsa. Public Radio 89.5, KWGS HD1, Tulsa.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and your NPR station. And from MathWorks, creator of MATLAB and Simulink, to design and develop engineered systems, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. And The Midnight Rebellion, WBUR's new series about climate change for tweens. It's perfect for your next family road trip. Listen together and choose where the story goes, wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Here and Now. More than half of Americans say they will not display an American flag or flag bunting outside their home for the 4th of July this year. That's according to a recent Reuters Ipsos survey on America 250. Some of you tell us that you feel fear, anger, also hearing some of you have deep personal reasons. So let's hear from a few voices, starting with Mr. Peterbuilt.
Well, let me tell you about what I feel when I look at this little 2 by 3 foot flag that I'm holding right now. The one my folks back in Rich Square, North Carolina, sent to me Christmas of 1969 while I was an infantry lieutenant in the 1st Infantry Division in Vietnam. I see this little flag as a link to my belief that no matter what my personal view of the war was, when my country called, I'm built for my duty to do. But the strong link this flag is to is this little flag was with me on the ground and with my 5 platoon of mostly draftees like myself, and it helps me remember how each one of us were actually fighting for one another. A war we really didn't like. And each one of us had literally died for one another if the need had arisen.
The first time I went to the American History Museum at the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, it was in the fall, and I will tell you that when I went into that building and saw the Star-Spangled Banner flag, I sat down on a bench in front of it and I literally cried for 20 minutes. I believe it was the most moving experience I've had in a long, long time. It represented so much to me, our country, our soldiers that fought and died, and the future for my grandchildren. I don't even know what else to say except that it represents everything I love about America. And it's been very difficult for me these last few months with the turmoil that we've been in as a country. But on the 4th of July, I will put my flag out to say that I'm a proud American.
I'm a born and bred New Yorker, born in Brooklyn, raised in Bronx, came of age in Manhattan, came out in Manhattan, now live in Philadelphia. I've lived in for over 26 years. I can say with absolute certainty, I am fortunate enough to be a citizen of the United States of America. So when I see that flag, I look at it with a certain monicum of honor, because that flag represents us, all of us, regardless of what religion, regardless of
After 100 yards, turn right. Turn right.
through different cities up and down the eastern seaboard.
That's Bill Vila of Hoboken, New Jersey. We also just heard Susanna Wiley of Hot Springs, Arkansas. That's all of this. Let you know.
Keep right. After 15 yards, exit right ahead. Exit right ahead.
One is because they genuinely feel this is how they feel that society should be structured. You know, more like, in some cases, a kind of Saudi Arabian system of guardianship.
You have reached your destination.
So what happened when their wives were granted suffrage? Let us take a typical presidential election to illustrate it, using the first one in 1920 after women's suffrage was accomplished. The election between Warren Harding and James Cox. If both the husband and wife vote for Harding, say, then what you have done is simply multiply the number of total votes cast for him by 2. And if the husband votes for Harding, say, and the wife votes for Cox, then what you've done is cancel out the voice of that particular household. Upon discovering how they were each going to vote, what would be the harm if the two of them just stayed home for a quiet dinner together in order to cancel out one another's vote that way? Where was the great progress supposed to be located? The net effect of women's suffrage was not an advance in women's rights, but rather part of a push to replace covenanted entities like families with raw individualism. An overweening state greatly prefers governing an atomistic populace, where each individual is like a BB thrown into an electoral sack. There's no structural rigidity to it, especially after laxity in the law concerning porn, pot, and poker has now greased all the BBs. Nothing coheres anymore. In the older system, the people were grouped in molecules, Burke's little platoons, some of them quite complex, and molecular societies are much more capable of resisting the demands of statism. So the suffrage movement was actually not taking up the cause of women, but rather was part of a long-sustained war on the family. The nadir of this kind of thinking says that a decision to abort a child is a decision between a woman and her doctor. The father of the child is stripped of any legal ability to protect the life of his own legitimate child. We need to retrace all of our steps in order to discover how a travesty like that could ever happen. And when we do, we discover that a lot of it started at Seneca Falls.
Can I just ask you, is it just me, or can you actually follow his train of thought?
How do I put this? He's quite a prolix speaker. His sentences roll on. But you can see there the outlines of the argument, which is essentially that the family is the unit of society, not the individual. And that is a big challenge to liberalism, which has been focused on individual rights. And he thinks that women getting the vote has, for example, encouraged them to see their own bodies as sacrosanct, right? He thinks it's led to the idea of abortion being about bodily autonomy, rather than that being something that the fathers of those children had a stake in too. So you can see how it's a the thing I would say to him is, he says, well, it's fine because actually, the husbands voted on behalf of their wives. That's sort of what landowners used to say, that they used to vote on behalf of their serfs. And you know what, that didn't work out particularly well for their serfs. It's one of the things that, the American Revolution was about, the idea that, not fulfilled obviously in the original constitution, but the idea that women are created equal. He thinks that actually the family
photos are the work of Leonid Vermansky, an architectural photographer based in Austin, Texas, and this show will be on view at the 101 Archer Building through June 27th. For information on this free photography exhibition at 918-631-4419.
This is Fresh Air. Let's get back to my interview with Helen Lewis, a staff writer at The Atlantic. We're talking about her article about the new masculinism titled The Men Who Want Women to Keep Quiet. It's subtitled A Virulent Form of Misogyny That's Become the Single Most Important Force Holding Together the American Right. So you describe masculinism as the single most important force uniting the American right, bringing together an unlikely constellation of pastors, senators, preachers, influencers, podcasters, and fanboys. Why do you think it's the most important factor uniting the American right?
You know, when I was writing this, I was thinking about what other linking strands between MAGA and the kind of loose constellation of influences around that. And it was just in the middle of a very, very big split over Israel. You know, you have people like the podcaster Tucker Carlson taking a very different line from the White House, criticizing the White House very strongly on that. And you also had Tucker Carlson hosting the very, very right-wing podcaster Nick Fuentes on his show, which the Heritage Foundation refused to condemn, and then there was a mass walkout from the Heritage Foundation. Lots of people up sticks and went to Mike Pence's new foundation. You know, these things are causing really big schisms. You might think as well of the splits over regulating AI, for example. There are very different views on that. Free trade generally versus protectionism. America first, isolationism versus foreign policy adventure. You know, these are really deep splits that I think whoever succeeds Donald Trump will have to manage very carefully. I mean, you've seen J.D. Vance has been given the poison chalice of being the face of the Iran negotiations. Any successor to Trump is going to have difficulty holding his coalition together because the only thing really they can agree on is that Trump is the alpha king. But maybe the one thing that they do all agree with is traditional gender roles are better. Men should be men, women should be women. Women have got a bit too uppity. It's better that they should be seen and not heard, or at least they should succeed in kind of MAGA-approved ways. You know, there's a very strong aesthetic look about many of the women at the top of that movement that is very traditionally feminine. You know, iron femme, really. So I just found it was basically, apart from the persona of Donald Trump, one of the only things that I could see that really united them.
So let's get back to Douglas Wilson. As biblical as Douglas Wilson is, he's called women small-breasted biddies, which doesn't strike me as godly language. So the clip we're about to hear is Douglas Wilson speaking in the UK on a Times radio show in May of this year.
I called certain women small-breasted biddies. I was talking about the small-breasted biddies. So it is not the case that I think that all women are like that, and it's not the case that I think that all feminists are like that, or that all progressive women are like that.
Right.
Let me finish the point. This is a really important point. There's a certain kind of woke scold that wants to reach into the shower and adjust the temperature of your shower for you. They want to run your life in every detail, and they want to scold you for not cooperating. And there is that kind of, I was drawing a caricature of that kind of person, the woke scold.
So that was from the Times radio show in the UK, recorded in May of this year. What do you hear when you listen to that? And what do small breasts have to do with anything?
Well, a great question. But I think it's about the fact you're not conventionally feminine, right? That's the idea. But this is entirely woven into the critique of feminists as unfeminine and unnatural, you know. And you know, I wrote about the suffragettes. This was all the stuff that was being thrown at them. Like, no one wants to have sex with you. No man would ever want you. You're ugly. You wear clumpy shoes. You're probably a lesbian. Like, all of these things are insults that are deployed to keep women in line by saying there is a correct way to be a woman. The thing that struck me when I listened to that is it's really interesting to me that both the political left and the political right have a problem with female authority. So his version is the woke scold who tells you to turn down the temperature of your shower. Now, some people may have put their shower on too high and the shower may be burning them, in which case your mum, whoever it is entirely right to adjust the water temperature. But that's a vision, essentially, women are telling me what to do and I don't like it. And the left had a version of that, you may remember from the 2020s, the Karen. Now, Karen was somebody expressing this incredibly persistent and deep belief that it is kind of emasculating and wrong for women to exercise authority. And I think the reason that some of this stuff is so successful is that it is extremely widely held, a millimetre under the surface, both by people whose persona is overt sexism, maybe for clicks, but also for people who, you know that in the workplace they can't use this kind of language, but it's there in the back of their brain, and they'd really like to when their female boss says something that annoys them.
Do you think Wilson ever well, you wouldn't know, you can't read his mind, but I wonder if Wilson ever realizes that calling certain women small-breasted biddies is so non-biblical, and it's so adolescent. It's so unbecoming of somebody who considers himself a very important religious leader.
But I think American public life has just degraded on this front in the last decade, really, let's be honest, driven by Donald Trump. And his final triumph might be making Democrats talk like this too. You know, everything has just become a kind of pig wrestling in the mud, hasn't it? We've lost the idea of kind of dignity in public office and public life, and it's now really about who can own the other person harder. I think the other thing, if you want to talk about something else that unites the MAGA movement, they're owning the libs. There is a great desire for revenge on people, you know, who are sort of deemed to have lorded it over you and scold you. And so I don't think that Doug Wilson's salty language really causes him any problem, because as he's outlining there, he's very careful that he directs it against his political enemies.
Fertility rate is a big thing with the masculinists. The fertility rate has been falling in the U.S. and in many countries, and there's many explanations for that. But the explanation among many masculinists is like, plain women, they don't want to have children anymore, or they don't want to have as many children, or they're going to work and they're not staying home, and therefore they're not having children. And I feel like, women can't win, because if women want children, then a lot of men complain, women, all they want to do is have children. I don't want to have children. Or I don't want to have that many children. I don't want to be tied down like that. So, like, the pendulum with this movement is swinging toward, like, fertility, stay home, have lots of children. What do you see that as being about? Is that connected at all to the fear that white people will no longer be the majority population in a few decades?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, somebody like, Elon Musk has taken up, a very true and upsetting story about grooming gangs in Britain. But the thesis behind it has been expanded into this all-purpose bogeyman that essentially, Islam is coming to take over Europe. And those families that very recently come from poorer countries have more children. And, you'll absolutely hear that said all over the manosphere, that the problem is essentially feminism has stopped white women from having enough kids, and that will lead to the kind of the end of the white race, or European descent civilization, or Judeo-Christian religion, or whatever you want to put it in that way. I think that this ideology is incredibly flexible, because, as you say, when it was the 1950s, the idea was that women can't vote because they don't have enough responsibilities outside the home. They see little brains, they just earn a bit of pin money, whatever it is. They're not full actors in civil society, so why would you want to hear from them? And now that the majority of American women go out and work even after having children, it's switched to, well, actually the problem is that they're ruining society by going and doing that. So whatever women are currently doing turns out to be wrong. It's not an unreasonable point in the sense that birth rates are falling in pretty much every country, and it does track with women getting increasing amounts of education. We also do know that lots of women are saying they're not having as many children as they would like to, which is something that you could potentially address through policies, although no one has really cracked that yet. Places like Hungary have tried explicitly natalist policies, things like reduced income tax or whatever it might be. But the other thing we know is that the birth rate is falling in America or the UK, we would consider still incredibly patriarchal societies, like, for example, South Korea or Japan, where it is still expected that women will give up work after having children. One of the things that really just seems to be driving it is, well, in America there's a possibility that smartphones, the smartphone theory of everything, but the possibility that people aren't meeting each other in the offline way that they would, they aren't pairing up, and downstream of that is fewer kids. But also it might just be the fact that parental investment of time in children is so much greater.
And money, it's so expensive to have children now.
Right, but that's the thing. The average American dad is now spending as much time with their child as the average American mum was in the 1960s. This is the most involved generation of fathers ever. And that makes me think, well, that is quite coincidental that people want fewer children, men want fewer children when it's more hard, unpaid work for them. And that doesn't seem to be maybe something we should exclude from this discussion either. Having kids is really hard work.
Well, it's time for another break, so let me reintroduce you. If you're just joining us, my guest is Helen Lewis, and we're talking about her article in The Atlantic titled, "The Men Who Want Women to Be Quiet." We'll be right back after a short break. I'm Terry Gross, and this is Fresh Air.
The Neubauer Family Foundation supports WHYY's Fresh Air and its commitment to sharing ideas and encouraging meaningful conversation. Support for NPR comes from this station and from DuckDuckGo, who believes that AI is hard to avoid right now. That's why they made a version of their private search engine without AI. Learn more at duckduckgo.com. And from Bank of America, sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Dedicated to offering solutions to help businesses win, locally and globally. More at bankofamerica.com/gamechangers.
When the going gets tough, you know what? A lot of people just stay right where they are.
People start to be a little bit more creative and don't just naturally jump on a plane and leave the state or leave the country. They start to look a little inward.
I'm Kai Rizdal, the summer of staycations next time.
My name is Mandu, got my name on the door. Black Peterbilt 389, growling down the floor. Detroit 60 series, chrome burning clean. Rolling heavy loads like a money machine. Stacking up miles, stacking up cash. Thumb on the wheel, watch the whole world flash. I don't slow down, I don't lose sleep. Big money coming in and coming deep. Man, rolling, man, don't go me. Black truck, going, man, big rolling. Big money, trucking, none of what he trucking. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Fuel in the tank and pride in my chest. Every stop I make, God did it best. Chrome on the mirror, chrome on the smile. Paid for the whole run, 1 hard mile at a time. Stacking up miles, stacking up cash. Thumb on the wheel, watch the whole world flash. I don't slow down, I don't lose sleep. Big money coming in and coming deep. Man, dude, rolling, man, bro, rolling. Black truck, blowing, man, keep going. Big money, trucking, big money trucking. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Man, dude. Pull up at dawn with the weight all gone. Hit it engine talk while the day's still young. If the road gets long, I just lean right in. Black Peterbilt shining, I'm back.